Good morning. Disastrous. Blasting time. I need 200 more. Need more of the glyph of despair. And impulse control. That's not a glyph. That's real life. But not for now. Oh, wow. Alright. Start out with some inventory management. I'm looking for something to slam onto, actually, just put it in the sorter. Problems for later. Gonna have to go through the corruption and what it means and how it works, which I'm still figuring out, but wish the loot would all pop out faster. It's actually a limiting factor now. It's how fast loot pops out of things. What? Static shell. The amount of times I've gotten uniques that are not... Anyways. So we currently have... I've decided instead of bothering to pick which ones I like, just keep buying stash tabs. That's a problem-solving mindset. Well, got stuck on something. We're rich. Do I have the stability? So the XP apparently also gives you favor for the faction. So that makes the XP nodes significantly better in general. Need 800 stability, so one more in order to unlock the boss. Should probably get a little bonus just to make sure. And it'll carry through to a second boss kill as well. That'll do. Relic. Nope. For some reason, rogue relic. Two-handed staff. Necrotic spells. Gonna have the sickest necromancer. Alright. So. Think with my brain head. So the way it works is every time you kill the boss, besides any of the loot, you unlock a Gaze of Oribus. These are all, this is such, the words all blend together. But, and for every one of those, you can increase your corruption more when you reset the web with a corruption echo node. So, once you get far enough out, and you have enough Gaze of Oribus, which is, for all intents and purposes, a corruption booster, then you can increase your corruption level higher. Up to, I'm not sure if there's a limit, actually. But well into the hundreds. And for each amount of corruption, you get better and better and better loot and all of that. So, you don't actually necessarily reset the web by killing the boss. It's actually a kind of build your own endgame setup that I think is... If you can get past all the names and like made up sounding everything, it's actually super interesting. But it does take a little wrapping your head around the like, and now I take the tome of magical locksmithing in order to unlock the key of corruption, and the corruption then trickles down across the monoliths into the fountain of eternity, and then via the fountain of eternity we can increase the quality of the world. Actually, that was somewhat less confusing than how it actually works, but either way. Is Twitch working shitty for anyone today? This day of, well, F to pay respects to Korea. I believe this is the final day of Twitch on Korea. YouTube should be good, but... Can't even load my own stream half the time. So, before I fight the God Hunter, I'm looking for a specific idol called the Throne of Ambition, which essentially helps you do extra damage to bosses. That's the summary. Let's see, get out some of my lenses, which allow you to you could probably just put the lenses in each one specifically, now that I think about it. Holy stream now, people. Yeah, gonna be a busy week. Not too many streams. It's gonna be a full week of busyness. I'll be gone for some of next week as well. I don't know if it's called a huge idol here. Let me go ahead and bring it up. What I'm looking for specifically. Do the keys have different stats? Can you be more specific about which keys? Unless you were commenting on the thing I was making fun of. So, the Throne of Ambition is an adorned idol. You gain ambition when you hit a boss or a rare enemy. I hit him real hard and fast. You get more damage and more armor, up to 20. The ones from your stash. Seems that they could stack. So they've literally said, there was a post about it just the other day. They intend to have them stack like your crafting materials, but it's kind of surprisingly complicated. So it's on the priority list. It's just not, it just didn't make it into release. So, but they don't have different keys, so you can enter in a key, and then you pick the difficulty, essentially. But the key, like, you can have 20 arena keys, and you can pick which tier you want to do once you get there with the key. So it just unlocks access to it, and then you pick where you want to go from there. So I want adorned idols, specifically. But, now that I think about it, it's a boss drop. The item I'm specifically looking for in this kit, well, I'm looking for two things. So, I want these idols that increase fire damage. And then I want this one. This one only drops from a boss, so none of this will affect it. You can't roll that. This is only from a specific boss. It's one of few items that are that. But the rest you can get pretty much anywhere through various means. So, what are these? Grand idols. All right. I already have a few, but they don't have the ideal stats. They are still pretty good on the fire damage, though, to be honest. Do I really need them? This one is not as good. We're still filling in some resist as well. No reason not to have the lenses, though. What are they called? Grand idols? Glyphs. Grand idols. And adorned up. Might as well have the lenses. The lenses are not one-time use. They just... So essentially, you put the lenses in the telescope that looks for the prophecies. Yeah. But... So that way, you can find the prophecies you're looking for. It's essentially just focusing it. I mean, it's literally called focusing lens, so... So I'm gonna have 50% of that, and then... I think technically you can just take them out of one of the telescopes and put them in the other one as well. Because there's technically 4, but you can just kind of shift between them. Alright. I'm gonna take my lens out of this one. No campaign events. There's no way I'm going back. Everything else I might do, but campaign events I'm not gonna go back and do, so. Death of Giant Scorpion. Huge idol. What's the difference between a huge idol and a grand idol? I don't... Like, what are these... I don't know what these sizings are. Small. So a huge... This is a humble idol. This is a stout idol. Ah, these are the huge idols. Okay, I don't need any of those. Those are like the vertical ones. I'm about to do God Hunter Argentus, so I might as well. Not that I'm gonna run out of arena keys, but... Humble idols. Rune of Removal, not that help. Oh, Glyph of Despair. Those ones are very important. Those are for sealing affixes onto items. God, I hear myself when I say it out loud. Ah, yes. So you can lock in the juices when it marinates your item. Of course, yes. Some of these are way out of whack, I think, in terms of cost. What happened? Do I need to hoard all items? No. In fact, no. Okay. Do not sell them for gold. They literally sell for nothing. Like, you see this staff? This incredible Mana-Forged Dragon Staff of Sleet? Okay, it doesn't sound that great. It sells for 452 gold, which sounds like a lot. Until you realize I have 700,000 gold. And that's, like, not a lot. But you get like 20, 30k per run. So the summary is, in this game, you are not rewarded for just hoarding items. What you want to do with items, especially items you don't really need, is, I have a specific reason I'm hoarding all these like this, but say, which one don't I want? Like, say you have an item you thought you might want, but it didn't work out. Whatever, right? Oh, this has some stats that I want. You look at this, 86 mana, mana regen. That'd be nice to have. In fact, I already have it on my other item. Might need it for something. So we go over to the forge, and Rune of Shattering. Or Rune of Removal, specifically, if you'd like, but smash it. And now I have mana and mana regen shards, which can be used, say, I have a staff over here. I'm not actually going to do it, but we're going to put it in. Maybe, what do I want to put on it? So the shards for the crafting system, which are shared throughout your entire character, are the only valuable currency there. Gold is not valuable except for helping you get inventory management via stash tabs. And things like runes of shattering for crafting material. But you don't sell, there's no vendor trash here, is the summary. It's actually the most intuitive. You can really tell this game was designed by people who like getting good loot and not just like filling up their inventory with bullshit. But throw all your kind of like preconceived busy work out here. Like, it doesn't have that sort of stuff. Like, crafting materials are account-wide unless you're on solo self-found. And they have infinite inventory. Or I don't know if it's infinite, but it's like 9,999 or something, at least. I don't know. Like, I have... If I need it, like, I especially hoard, like, fire damage, because I'm a fire mage. I have 81. Alright, and you'll get a bunch even if you don't do this, because they just drop all over the place. You don't need to pick every single one up, even. The most important thing that's still pretty intuitive, but not obvious, is a loot filter. Which Shift F brings it up. There are some out there that are pretty good, but this is the most spreadsheet busy work related, but will save you the most time by far. So I'll show you in the next dungeon. Approximately out of the final chest, after I do a dungeon, between 30 and 50 pieces of loot will drop, which is actually a bit obscene. But between 0 and 3 will usually show up because of my loot filter, because there's no point in picking up trash. But there's loot all over the place. I want those idols. Actually feels good. Yeah, like, what I like is how you can change the rules and it will affect, like, I'll throw items on the ground. I'll be like, I want to filter this item, but within a certain rule set. And it will actively, while it's on the ground, change the filter. I mean, I'm sure other games have that, but like I can do it and watch the items change. Like, what I ask is the recolor as well. Like, this is stretch goals, but the recolor should affect your items in the inventory. Like, if you have items recolored for either like for disenchanting or for actually using, it'd be nice to know which ones are which in your inventory. Like, you eventually get used to it, but you kind of got, like, what I did for a while until I kind of learned what stats I wanted was just throw everything on the ground and only pick up the stuff I wanted to do certain stuff with, deal with it, and then it's just free glyphs. It's only 1,000. I'll take it. So I'm looking for grand idols, but I see like no idol. I'm not complaining about some of the glyphs, but Glyph of Hope is... it's a cheap one. No, I don't need to... I have 400. Okay, stop. Stop. Humble idols adorned... oh, but I don't... You know what? Maybe we'll try that dungeon. Alright, that's good enough. Ooh, unique idol. But I can't get the specific idol I'm looking for, which is only a boss drop. Like, literally only. The Age of Winter timeline. Rune of Shattering, Glyph of Chaos. Neither of those are worth. Some of these are like, this is so trash. These are the worst prophecies. Like, I don't need... I've seen a few glyphs of despair, which are definitely worth, but everything else is just not good. Grand Idol. Oh, shit. Okay, that one's good. Like, but the... it seems very rare, but... yeah, 5 Grand Idols gives me a pretty good chance of getting what I want there. Another one. Death of Shade of Oribus. So important to note, when it says fulfilled 0 out of 2 times, that means that'll happen twice. So, like, you'll essentially get twice that much. Because you'll get it each time you do the objective. Another one. Honestly, this one seems like the most RNG. The item ones are pretty consistent, but we're all over the place with how valuable these are. Like some of these are complete trash. Ooh, movement speed affix shard times 15. You know what? I'll actually take it. Because remember, the reroll happens when you pick one anyway, so. Adorned idol. Shit, Rune of Ascendant. Wait, no, I have plenty of those. The only ones I really want are, So, another thing to be careful about. This says unique armor. This says unique armor. But the number matters, and it's not a chest piece unless it says it specifically. Because it just uses the chest piece icon, which I think is a bit lazy that they don't have a special icon for, like, just armor pieces. Like, it should just use, like, a forge icon, I guess, or something, instead of using the chest piece icon. Because if it's a chest piece, it also uses the chest piece icon. Which is, a bit misleading. Just like how uniques are the ring icon. Like, that's unique body armor there. Same here. Oh, I want that one. 300 corruption is not real. Okay. We're down under. Not enough favor. Put my lenses away. We're gonna have to sort this out soon enough. But big boss time. So, what are you doing right now? Choosing the loot? So, this is the Observatory, which is one of the factions. It is the Circle of Fortune faction. The other faction is the Merchants Guild, which unlocks trade. This is what you unlock at the end of the campaign. It's like your endgame faction. This one gives you a severe and dramatic increase in potential loot drops for yourself. So this is like the solo self-found faction. But you don't get to trade. And any items you get, key point, you can't trade. If you get an item while you're in a faction, you can't just switch you can switch factions, but the items you get while you're in a certain faction are unique to that one, which I think is a good way they've stopped exploiting from, like, flipping and stuff like that. Anyways, so prophecies are like side quests. When you fight and do monoliths or whatever endgame stuff, you get favor, which you can get prophecies, which you get to decide on your prophecies. And that will give you loot when you complete the prophecies. That's over the top. It's not... It's over the top of any other loot you get. It's just on top of it. It's on top of all the other bonuses. It's just another layer of loot on top. So, I picked prophecies that are things I want to do anyways, that give me loot I want anyways. So when I do those things, I get more loot. And now, we go back to the Stolen Lance line here to kill the boss. So, I can... So these are the monoliths map system. Which I've gone through once, completed them all, and now I've completed all the empowered ones, which is like heroic version. But then you have corruption, which is just in near infinitely scaling levels of maps. So what happens is, I know this looks ridiculous, you start at 100 corruption, which gives you the basic, you get better item rarity, more XP, etc., etc. And then enemies are harder to kill. And then what happens is you kill the boss every time you reach 800 stability, which you do by doing all the maps, which all have their little objectives. You can kill the boss, which gives you a Gaze of Oribus, which is like a corruption multiplier. So, you can do that multiple times, 2, 3, 4 times. The more you do it, the more corruption you get when you go to the reset node. Once you get out far enough, you get a reset node, which you kill the Shade of Oribus. If you don't fuck it up, if you die, you fuck it up. And if you're on hardcore, you're just dead, but that's irrelevant. And that adds more corruption, which adds more difficulty and better loot. Rinse, repeat. Can you use the items on alt? To my understanding, yes. As long as you're not on solo self-found, you can use, well, real quick. Let me show you the uniques that I haven't decided what to do with. The summary is, if I want to make an alternate character, I think I'll have a necromancer with better gear than my current character, based on the fact I have essentially a unique set of legendary gear that has just... So. These are all unique items that I didn't want to throw out because you can't disenchant unique items. They all have different stats, they have different potential roles and stuff. And all these I could use on other characters. Thank you for agreeing. So,
hey Winter, glad you still enjoy.
And if I'm looking for certain items, like let's say, like this one, I've gotten like 20 of this. The Grimoire of Necrotic Elixirs. I have, like, I could open a Grimoire shop. I've got them with, like, 2 legendary potential. Legendary potential is the most important stat, because that allows you to slam another item on top of it. It's ridiculous. So, make a Necromancer and I'll already be set to go, but ridiculous. If you pick the solo faction, is that only for that character? Well, I believe yes. I think you'd have to be in the same faction in order to use the gear. That's a good question. I don't know that. I don't have any other character. I can't answer that, actually. I would assume because you can't trade and have the Circle of Fortune, that you would have to be in the same faction. So there is that stipulation. Because like each item is tagged like that. You see here, cannot be traded, requires... yes, so you have to have a certain rank, like the rank where you got the gear of that faction. So I assume your alt would have to fulfill that requirement. Oh, this is one of my favorite... This is probably my favorite boss fight, by the way. This is also a boss fight that's not in the campaign. It's not a rehash of the campaign one. But I love the arena. The mechanics feel fair without being ridiculous. Where's his health bar? I don't see his health bar. I'm just gonna assume he'll die eventually, just don't die myself. Now, there's a chance his health bar is bugged and I'm just fighting infinitely until I die. But I haven't had that issue, so... Alright, we got him. I just assumed he'd die eventually. What do we got? Okay. Ring. Boots is good. Finally! The relic drop weight. Oh, but it's the worst roll. There you go. So, unfortunately, this is... Let's see. Which one are we looking for on this? I'm pretty sure... So I'm still looking for boots. Like, I don't have the ideal boots. I'm not gonna switch it. That's a pretty poor roll on it. Whereas I have a really good... So when you beat a boss on the monolith, you get to change up your blessings, which there's like... Each one has like 10. So, but they're all of the same theme, like drop rate or whatever. But they could have significantly different rolls, so you can farm the blessings on top of the boss drops and all that. There's loot on buffs, on loot, on etc, etc. Like, so we're gonna keep the current for now. Playing a paladin, class is not very mobile. I am the fireball, is the summary. And when I... So what happens is... The focus is on... Let me, the Hydrahedron, which creates a flame turret, which does approximately 1 fuck ton of damage. And I cast it automatically because what I do is I charge it up, and then when I come out of flame burst, the literal fireball, I spawn a flame turret because it casts my runic invoke. So I'm just dashing around creating super turrets everywhere that do a fuck ton of damage while dodging enemy attacks. That's essentially the build. What is this? Fragments of the Shattered Lands. I'm scared to look at these relics because I want them to be different. So what we're looking for is better rolls of the box. So I have a relic that specifically buffs that skill. It does more for that skill specifically, but I want, ideally, it could have, well, the most important thing is legendary potential, which is the ability to craft even more stats on top of the item, but also like a pretty range of rolls. So it's a rare drop though, it seems. Like, I've gotten 20 of that Necro unique, but I've only gotten like 3 or 4 of this one. We didn't get it. Unfortunate, but whatever. It happened. The thing is, if you hedge your bets, which is easy enough to do, there's always something you can be doing. Usually 5 to 6 things, actually. So that doesn't actually reset the web. What it does is it gave me another Gaze of Oribus, which will increase the corruption when I do reset the web. By going to the echo here. So it's 2 different systems that feel a bit contradictory till you think about it, or like you work it out. It's a paid game. I believe it's $35, yeah. But I haven't paid anything past the, upfront price. I think you gotta be into these type of games for that. The server issues do seem to be worked out, but like, the game is get loot to kill monsters, which will drop better loot, so you can kill more monsters. Rinse and repeat in several dozen different ways. There's also like the Endless Wave Arena ladder, which is a ladder, but the arena is kill endless waves of monsters, so like... And there goes the bot. There's pretty... Ooh, that looks sick. Chronostasis. Well, I'm not going to use it, but, like, the icon looks sick. There's pretty much no other uniques that really work well with my build. Instead, I'm just looking for items that have amazing stats and, like, I can craft on, is the summary. I have too many keys, and I don't know what I'm going to do about it. Maybe I'll just make another lens tab. I think that's where we're going to end up. I got to debate. I'm looking to see if there are any other nodes that have stuff I want. Is that... Okay, we got idols there. And then I'll reset the web. With the extra corruption. Roll it back. So that way, we'll reset all the monoliths with more difficulty and better loot. And corruption. I don't know what the max is, but it's over 500. I'm at 100 as a starting point by default. At least the monolith is. I have, I think, one of them at 200 something, but extra corruption, more difficulty, more loot. It's essentially like brutal plus. Like, there could be more and more difficult modifiers on top of just, like, instead of 100% more damage, they might do 250% more damage. I mean, the idea is so do you by that point. Like, ooh. I suppose. Even though so I'm essentially an Archon. If you look at the bottom left, you'll see my ward, which is the coolest shield mechanic I've seen in any of these games, which far outstrips my actual health. The idea is to have as much ward as possible. It's a little misleading because the ward bar looks like my health bar, but it can be varying by several thousand. So essentially between 1 and 400% of my health bar, which throws me off, but it does do a little tick for every 1,000 you have. You can see it there. Just takes some getting used to. That might be one. No. It's supposed to be a grand idol. Any more to hit? There's another idle one. Don't really want set items. I think we can just reset it. I want to reset it. Yeah, let's go. What is your goal? Number 1. Number 1 mage, not number 1. Also, I did see Zezarin's, who is, I prefer for ARG. So, with all due respect to Zezarin, I like how boring he is. Like, I can't stand watching the, hey guys, here's 10 tips to get you going in Sorcerer. Alright, here's what you're gonna want to do. You're gonna want to check. No, he's like, today we're gonna talk about how to get plus 24% stats. And how it's pretty cool. Like, anyway, so he had a video about how to skip the campaign, which I like the mechanic. So essentially you can go to monoliths at level 15, which is not necessarily a great idea, but you can effectively skip the campaign. So yeah, my current record in the arena is about 140. I was I haven't tested in a bit. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to reset, and then we're going to go for a run in the arena, and then I'm gonna do the monoliths through to another boss, rinse, repeat. You have multiple endgame kind of mechanics. You can kind of decide what flavor you want to go for. So this fight usually is okay, but it has, depending on which one it is, it can nuke me. So I gotta be a little careful. It can spawn as like different elements. I walked right into it. I believe that's gonna hurt my corruption chances dramatically. Fuck, I reset it entirely. So that's what you don't want to do. I fucked everything up with that, by the way. I lost all my gazes, which essentially reduces my potential corruption by like over double. It is pretty painful to do that. So essentially what I just did for a equivalent that still very few people will understand. In Against the Storm, that's like failing the seal. Pretty much all the work to get out here, which takes significantly less time. All right, it's like an hour maybe, if you're really speedrunning it. Mostly go. Like, I guess it's not nearly that bad, but... Well, at this point, I've already lost it, so it doesn't matter if I lose, but... The lenses give you a chance to re-roll certain prophecies when you are picking them in the Circle of Fortune. Look at how quick I'm nuking him, too. All I have to do is survive fucking 12 seconds. You couldn't do that? You couldn't do that? You couldn't stay out of the big-ass void pylon? How hard was that? How fucking hard was that? You potato-ass nerd? Literally, that's one thing. Everything else, nothing. That one ability. The legacy of the fucking void. That's it. There's only one ability that can damage you. Everything else? Oh my god. You useless piece of... Can you do endgame stuff with a party or friends? Explain those words. Party, friends. Two legendary potential, which would be great if I had void damage. So I have a specific tab for everything with 2 or more legendary potential. I've gotten a couple items with 3, which is apparently exceedingly rare, and 4 is essentially impossible to find. Though, with Circle of Fortune, you have a slightly higher chance. I'm going to count it as 12 plus. Yeah, look at how many of, literally, Weaver's Will. Keep rolling. Oh yeah, we're going to the arena. So... Here's what I'm going to go to the arena. Here's the cycle I've gotten into. I do all of that. Do a reset, the web. We're gonna go to the arena, test it out, which is my end game, is being number 1 on the ladder. And then do another round. Pick out like a certain timeline to farm. Maybe do a run through and make a new legendary. And then work from there. So, I'm slowly but surely learning how to avoid being one-shot in the arena. We're gonna start at 100 with the key of memory. I might do 2 runs depending on how tilted I get. So this starts me at 100 or half my previous run. So even this is for the 1%. Because in order to be over 100, you'd have to be over wave 200. Which right now is like 12 people. So that would only apply to those 12 people specifically in their runs over 200. But that factor is there just in case. There's the number 1 right now is at 800 or something. Endless Arena. Which unfortunately you can't do any of the arena quests in. So every wave of the arena, they do a little more damage and have a little more health. That's I don't know how much, but that's how it works. You also get like a small chance of loot drops, but it is not where you get loot. You get some gold. Like, occasionally something will drop, but like, it's just completely random. Unfortunately. Shrines also seem random. They reset, or like, shrines will be cleared after 5 waves, so I usually just take them in the second half. Like, I got 2 XP shrines, which are not very helpful here. Like, ideally you have combat power. Like, crit shrines, probably best. Water shrine for cooldown and mana regen is second best. Then haste and stunning are pretty okay. Gotta start casting early, because casting builds up my ward. A lot of my ward is based on mana usage. If I'm caught without ward, I get one-shot very easily. Remember, my shield is over half my effective HP, so... There are definitely enemies that do over 2k damage, even with full resist. Of course, that's usually getting hit by a massive skill shot, but I'm sure the chances of that increase dramatically as their damage scales up. The shrines are too far off the path on this map, which is why I'm just staying in the center, because I don't want to get caught by the spawns, which is how I usually die. I'm gonna take a little risk here. Because you can essentially start next to the shrine. Like after the pause timer there. That's the only time I'm gonna go out for it. I mean, you get shards and everything. Honestly, I'd like an option to auto pick up shards. I don't know why you don't auto pick them up. Like, what's the downside of having more? Doesn't even... It's weird to me that they don't auto pick up, the more I think about it. I'd like them to pick up, like, gold. Like... It doesn't take up space, so, like... I think it's partially so you can see what you're getting, but, like... This arena is quite small. I'll just take a shrine to start, so I don't get thrown off too hard. Reflective shrine is not a big deal. It reflects their damage, but I take the damage as well, so like it doesn't help save me. Also a little hard to see where they're spawning. It's so dark. Popped over 4k ward. With this build and ideal gear, you can get up to 10k ward. And that's where I think you could actually really have some chances of pushing it here, but... Okay, be very careful. Because they spawn instantly. Like, as soon as you press that button, they spawn. That's killed me a couple times. Like, thinking I have a moment. No. The moment you press it. Like, mid-waves. I don't know if there's a hotkey for it. I always click it, but... I don't even know what hit me. So my health potion converts to ward directly. So spamming it over max health, well, I can't even do that because it converts to ward, so it doesn't give me health. But there's only a couple things that go through ward to your health, and they're environmental effects. So as long as I avoid those, which are only on a couple arenas, then ward is health. I can build up my ward before pressing the button. And you know, the boss. The rune bolt can help build up a lot of stacks of runic energy, which gives extra damage and mana. It's just... What do you mean completed? That guy doesn't look completed. These guys don't look completed. They're still shooting at me. A mini boss. Yeah, they start just showing up. It doesn't seem to be an exact timing. Otherwise, it'd be too easy to prepare for, I guess. Just take the Heishan. Cool. Actually got some gear. It's disenchant gear, but still. Gear's gear, bro. A bit risky, but it is a water shrine, which is the sick. Oh shit, my mana. We can't spam that. Just let it go. It's gotta be Rune Bolt. That's the only one I can spam that gives some ward without draining all my mana. So ward decays over time, and also when you get hit, based on your ward retention. But the more ward retention you can have baseline generation, and like there's decay. So the idea is you can balance it out by having a certain level of ward retention. So that way your baseline can be higher, it decays less. It's not just about the baseline, but like when you build it up, it decays faster. So if you have 10k, it'll be shooting down. You lose like 1k a second. But I've reached an equilibrium here, you see, with my ward being passively generated and decaying at the same time. That's what's happening there. So it's interesting how it's like a diminishing return. You can have essentially an overshield. I'm actually... I gotta just chill for a sec. Why is this in here? Oh yeah, I was demonstrating a point. Is there a chance to use it? That's actually, yeah, that does not get disenchanted. That has a chance to be an usable item. Has 48 potential as well, so. This one is just the flame ward charge. Can I switch? I guess if I brought other gear with me, I could switch it now. Oh wait, there's a... I don't think your stash spawned. Wait, your stash spawns every 10 waves as well. Like if... I don't know what you would switch. Maybe you get deep into a run and realize you desperately need more survivability and it can work. Something like that. I don't know. Alright. My critical strike avoidance. So it doesn't tell you exactly how much it did, but my critical strike avoidance isn't high enough. I imagine it was a crit. I have the resist, but I don't have crit avoidance capped, so he just ate me. But what did I get? 149. Did I make it? Did Alathur Onionionius? First of his name? No, wait. 15th of his name? Wait. Did we make it on the board? Problem is, it's not loot. This is just a build test, essentially. Like, it does simulate the harder monoliths pretty well, I think. Like, it is a similar vibe. Rank 50. Yeah. Top 50 mages. There you go. You're looking at a top 50 mage. That's how we measure it. Of the people who actually try. Okay, what do I want to farm? I want that idol. I want that idol from the God Hunter. The Throne of Ambition. That one's huge for both, like, the mapping and, where's the guide loot filter? You can use the build command. And the guide is mostly me answering questions. Though, okay, you know what? I can't really copy-paste my loot filter. I mean, I've adjusted very heavily the loot filter in the guide. Like, very heavily adjusted. Because I've gotten a certain amount of certain items that I can't really copy-paste my loot filter. Maybe some point I will, like, make it more usable. But the one in the guide is okay. Just make sure you look at it yourself when you notice too many of a certain item. So the reason we're doing the stolen land specifically is because the end boss has an idol that increases damage and armor against bosses by 40%. Up to 40%. So. And there are also caster weapons as rewards, which isn't bad. Like, I'm always looking for more of those. So. Like, that's not terrible. Just ignore the no translation found in UI. What that really means is empowered monolith, obviously. We're up to 131 corruption, which I was hoping for over 150, but here we are. Like, let's get going. So, here's the strategy. So here's how it works. Here's the rundown. You get through maps. Each map increases stability. Once you get to 800 stability, you can challenge the boss. That is just challenging the boss. You don't have to do the other story quests, which is great. And when you challenge the boss, you get a Gaze of Oribus, which helps you multiply your corruption for the next run through. There's also some other modifiers. Each map you do, at the end, you get a loot shard. Like, you get specific loot and just a chest. The specific loot is whatever it says here, like runes. And the chest usually just has a bunch of gold and random loot. It's just an extra loot chest. So, the idea will be to get through as far as possible, which is usually done, in my experience, which is limited, by going through just a diagonal and only splitting off. Because the further out from the pylon, or the monolith you go, the more difficult it gets, and the more corruption you can boost at the edge of it. So, like, the further out, the more you've, like, or destabilized. I don't know, whatever. Further out you go, more difficult. Pretty simple. Like, if you go just for each one of them around it, it's not gonna scale as fast. Yeah, the Runebolt tree buffs. I haven't looked again at... Oh, yeah. I may need... So this is plus 16%. I do have shock chance. I'm missing out... Yeah, I need to respec Runic Evocation here. So, this is the thing that I have picked that the build guide doesn't is the faster channeling on it, which... What is the maximum section? Because I like that for being able to charge the flame rush faster, but I don't think that's necessary. Can respec some points. What is it? What am I missing here? Area. I think I'm just going to take 2 points out of this. The plus 16% damage in favor of putting them in copied scrolls. Which, as you... Doubling up is obviously the ideal here. It's going to take a moment. So when you respec, you have to re-level this skill, kind of like the sockets or the gems in Path of Exile. This isn't... It goes quite quickly. Like, it's not like... It's not even close to, like, leveling your character. And if you respec entirely into, like, a new skill, it levels up super fast. You get, like, a big boost up until you get near level 20. Optional quest echoes. No idea. I haven't wanted to do them. That was my least favorite part of all of it, was the weird, like, convoluted-ish story quest. But maybe they give some more stability, but during the campaign bits, I don't think they do. So. I don't usually like to open up the mage thing unless it's near the boss or slightly after it, because I don't want to risk. Occasionally I'll just get nuked. It's probably not a big concern, but yeah, I already leveled up at that point. Like, it takes like 2 dungeons. I think it's mostly just so you don't min-max every fight in a dungeon. More than anything else. Alright, where were we? Oh yeah, copied scrolls. Giving a better chance to double up on the turrets, because 2 turrets is twice as many as 1. Pro tip. This map always gets some real FPS issues, but this is certainly chugging. I'm already on full potato, and I think the game still looks quite good at full potato quality. But it is quite potato. You know what? Do the mage. Because we're mostly going for stability here. So here's without the filter. Gotta stop picking up keys. Hardest part. I would take an option for like double size loot. Because honestly, the most dangerous thing to my health is trying to click on the damn loot in the middle of a fight. Let me advice while 80 and 99. Do I get underleveled? Don't worry about being underleveled. Just remember you do a fuck ton of damage, so focus on not being dead, but you just get a bunch more XP. I had some, but not too many issues with empowered monoliths at like in the 80s. I think I started at like 77 or 8, and I did die. So if you're on hardcore, I have no advice for you. Good luck. But, like, you'll die, but you actually get way more XP for fighting above your level, and you get pretty minimal for a round or below. So. Ooh. 159% armor shred. I mean, we can take a look at it. There is a filter. You could filter. It's not just looking at like I'm not a dragon hoarding yet. Working on it. How do you get to empowered monos? You have to complete the last 3 monoliths. You don't have to complete every single one, but you have to get to the last 3 in order to empower the final monolith on normal. So it's usually recommended, I think, you just go the right tree, because those blessings give you actual character power. On the left side, they give you loot more often, like loot drop rates. But yeah, you gotta complete the last 3 timelines. Can you pick up items even when inventory is full? You never fill up your inventory. There's no reason to pick up trash in this game. Crafting materials get automatically sent to your crafting stash. I never fill up my inventory, so it's a non-issue. The gold doesn't get teleported with you, but it's also kind of minimal. Most of your gold comes from like the chest and missions and shrines and stuff. Like you're not just picking up pieces of gold off the ground. It's not really a factor. Like, if you get it, cool, but, like, I'm not very much. Put in the set. Put in the belts. Oh yeah, I gotta finish off that last point. So I have near guaranteed chance for, okay. So runic energy stacks per second plus 1. Yeah. And overcasting as well. So chance to repeat per energy is 9. Why can't I find good gloves? Can't? Why don't you craft some? Or get some prophecies? Or lower your standards? I keep bricking them. I think you gotta at some point make sure you don't let the perfect be the enemy the good. You're not gonna get, it's very unlikely to get like 4 or 5 of the stats you want, but you can probably get 3 pretty reliably. Prophecy fulfilled. Unfortunately, I don't really want, there are no unique staffs that work with my build. I just want a good exalted one. So I gotta stop picking up those unique prophecies. It does nothing for me. Oh my god. Okay. Make sure we don't die right now because I need to pick those up still. We're just... We may fill up the inventory for once here. Because I just finished... I don't even know what I did, but... I had like 6 prophecies for killing elementals, so that's what happens sometimes. Which are... So... A lot of the prophecies for monoliths are just like, kill this enemy, which kind of randomly shows up. Like gold elementals or dragon maidens. There are some that are specific bosses, but I like the ones that are just random enemies because like you'll eventually get them without doing it. Yeah, like, I have like 12 of these staves. Well, I have an entire inventory. Do you see? Is it a good roll? Wait, I got 2. Oh, shit. I can't believe it. Like, this never happens to me. All right, streamer loot. I swear I've never seen, like, more than 2 of the... I get, like, 1 out of every 20. Seeing 2 at once is streamer loot of my relic. So the reason I'm looking for more is because ideally you get one with as much legendary potential as possible. Alright, so... Current mana game... Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. I've never seen this. Wait a second. Well, actually, I take it back. If that had legendary potential... There's a Flame Ward staff? I didn't see this one. Okay, wait. It's like a... I gotta turn down my music so I can think. Okay, we got a lot of thinking to do here. These ones I know for a fact, from the fact I've seen them a dozen times before. These are not my items. Another one of these grimoires. Wait, did any of these have 2 legendary potential? I don't think so. Oh wait, here's one. I'll put them in here because they're so extra specials. Another one? Aren't you looking for a scepter? No. So, the first rune is gone. Lightning. For the Hydra turret. So, in this case, it uses a staff. Gon, as in Lagan, as in lightning storm god, is what that is. Okay. That's the bit. Are dungeons worth doing? The dungeons are mostly... I've only done the dungeon that allows you to do the legendary crafting. I haven't done any other dungeons. I haven't seen a real reason to. I don't know if they have any like special crafting stuff, but the monoliths seem to be the real endgame. Oh, shit. Okay, so first thing, we're going to look at that staff. I'm going to try it out, but... The lack of fire penetration kind of hurts. The basic stats are worse. But it has +2 to runic invocation, and it does have the legendary. This one, oh, full roll, but only +1. The rest is a pretty great roll. Like the cast area and rate area is good. So the area on Hydrohedron is when it hits. I don't think that helps on single target at all. I'm pretty sure it is just the effect, like the AoE effect. Because technically it affects, but I don't believe it's huge for killing bosses. So the key part is now I have to go craft some relics on it. Unfortunately, this I would lose 148 mana, which means I'd have to adapt my entire build. 13% of current mana gained is ward when you cast a fire spell. That's actually amazing. And it also has 75 fire resist. Just... Okay, I guess, so this is a pretty massive damage decrease. Oh, it's up to 20? 727 ward on flame ward. 10% less damage taken. Int is okay. So overall, it's a pretty solid roll. Right.
Your dedication will
I
be
want to try it
rewarded.
out, but it's such a significant damage decrease as well. So right now, my staff is serving the purpose. I need to stay over 300 mana because, like, several 100% of damage are completely dependent on it. Oh, this is definitely worthy of consideration, though. I've never seen... Why did it take so long for this to show up? I guess it's a level 70, but... I've picked up, like, 45 staves. And this is the first time this thing showed up. I'm not switching to it now because it'll brick the rest of my build. But it goes into the, yeah, like I have 4 of these, which are not really going to do it for me, unfortunately. We got the Elemental Nova one. Some of these have so many effects that, yeah, the text is kind of going off the screen, so... Now we need to deal with these. So the question is, no, we're gonna go do the dungeon now. I need to craft... So the question, do we just go do the dungeon, and then do I craft something? No, I craft first. So what I need... The ideal stats... Well, if I had to choose one stat, it would be critical strike multiplier. On the relic. So let's see. Critical strike multiplier. Did any of these get exalted critical strike multiplier? Nope. There's 34%. Which is pretty meh. 35. Int is also fine. Like my current one has poison resist, but it's like that was the least priority one. Still pretty good, but 75. So there's a big difference between crit chance and multiplier. Crit chance just builds off your base crit chance, which means even if you increase by 75%, that's only like 1 or 2% crit. But there are a lot of abilities that specifically have a much higher crit chance, which is why the multiplier is much more important. And it took a while to really look specifically for that. Okay, let's just see what we got here. Damage over time. I'm just going to start getting rid of the ones that obviously I'm not dealing with. Like, if they have Exalt, I'm not doing damage over time. Spell damage is a strong maybe. It doesn't matter what the relic is. All that matters are the modifiers for legendary potential. Cast speed. No, I'm getting rid of the stuff I don't want. There's int. Yeah, the crit chance is a no. I'm just gonna shatter these. Health is a no. Mana, strong maybe. Cold damage, no. Like, I just threw them in here. Like, I only sort the loot once I get so much and I need to go through it, because otherwise sorting each one individually bogs you down. Freeze rate might be a maybe for something. Damage over time. So the idea is I'd ideally get the exalted modifier, which is higher than you could ever craft. And then you just craft on top of it, so that way, no matter what, you get a decent modifier. So I could easily brick any of the ones I'm working on, but... that stays for now. Cold resist. Like, I'd rather it not be lightning damage. +3 to black hole. What ability is that? I mean, volcanic orb. These are like if you shatter them, still pretty good. Bonus to resist. Lightning, no. +3 to frost. Is that a 7? No. I don't think 3 more points in Frostfall is going to be a game breaker. That's still an interesting one, though. Cold damage. Healing, no. Void, no. Freeze rate and cold, no. Lightning damage, no. Healing, void. Crit multiplier. Elemental damage over time. Necrotic. Fire damage, maybe. Mana, maybe. Frailty. Okay. So now we're smashing these.
Yes.
I've gotten in the habit. Wait, no, you can't
Yes.
dismantle unique, so it's not an issue here. But with some of the other ones, one time I accidentally switched the gear I had equipped and then shattered the one I wanted. If you close the menu, it's a risk.
Yes.
But you can't shatter unique, so that's not a risk there. Just collect the shards. I mean, I could just throw them on the ground if I have enough shards, but like... How long do you take the mad ladle? I have like half a dozen of those. Looks cool. But it wasn't something... It took me quite a while for the uniques I was looking for, but 150 sounds high on any objective, but... Alright, so now what I'm going to try to do is create some relics that I would want to... What are the ideal stats here? Frailty on hit is quite nice. That's like a really good one. That way I can take it off another item. Frailty reduces the damage that enemies do to you. So anti-boss. Mana regen. It's not going to be it. Elemental damage over time, not really. Fire damage, maybe. Crit multiplier, maybe. Idea would be a better one, but... I'm still torn of the Frostwall idea. That seems like fun, but... Cast speed, maybe. Spell damage is good. I think that's tier 7 mana. Yeah. Elemental resist. We'll see. Crit multiplier. And int. So now... Crafting time. So... The ideal stats I would want: crit multiplier, intelligence, and then just either like a resist or a utility stat. I'm only going to be able to get one, but the idea is you get one that helps fill in other parts of your build. more easily. Like frailty on hit, usually you get from your amulet, but if you could free that up, more options, like... Alright. Gonna reroll... Wait, yeah, reroll lightning resist. Void resist, how exciting. Health. Nope. We're gonna remove, and if we get rid of health... Nope. It's bricked. Trash. So, even when you do that, you didn't waste it. I still got the shards from those valuable stats. I don't have the Exalted, but it's not entirely wasted. Chance to slow is also fine. Elemental resist T5. So we're going to add critical strike multiplier. We're going to add that first. So that way, when I upgrade the other things, there's a chance that... Yeah, chance to slow is also fine. Not great, but fine. That is why. Because there's a chance that could apply to other things as well. So, no matter what, any of those stats would be good as a boost. So now, there we go. We got a slammer. There's T6 crit multiplier. So we're going to re-roll the other stats. This is why items that only have 1 or 2 stats are actually quite valuable. Because you can... It's a lot easier to guarantee stats. Otherwise, you're kind of left with re-rolling and RNG, but... Freeze rate multiplier. Nope. Because you can only re-roll so many times till it hits T5, in which case you can't re-roll anymore. Void damage. So now... It's bricked if removal doesn't work. It worked. But forge potential is gone. So it's bricked. Smash it. So each of that takes forge potential, which is another modifier. So we have frailty, damage while channeling, physical resist. These are all... Damage while channeling needs to be rerolled. It's fine, but it's definitely not. Crit chance. It's not critical strike multiplier. Fuck. Unfortunately, occasionally you'll get stuff like this, which I don't have any shards for. It's bricked. Here's crit multiplier. Physical damage is obviously a no-go. I haven't done any physical damage in my life. Int. Good. Alright. Potential. Chance to apply frailty on hit. I'm kind of sold on that as an option for this as well. How many shards do I have? No. Back to Glyph of Hope. Int. And we have a slammer. Solid slammer. I only have 2 to slam, so... But maybe I get a better slammer. Like, there's a potential. Like, I'd rather have 98% spell damage than 103% fire. Ward per second. I'll take it. I'll keep it. Honestly, I'm really working on the ward. It's right now, the issue is not damage. It is not being effectively one-shot. Is a lot of it. Which is like moving... Chance to slow? Alright, fine. Ward per second? Slowing ward decay? Yes, but no. Ward retention is better for that. Because the higher your ward gets, the quicker it decays. So having higher ward retention decreases the decay rate. So there's a balance to be struck there through different things. It's actually a super cool mechanic. It is pretty intuitive how it works as well. Even though there's some math involved, like, you can get a feel for it pretty quick. Be careful not to re-roll. Alright, maxed. Slammer. Wait. Is chance to slow attackers. You see, this is why reading is important. Chance to slow attackers, I think, means if I get hit, not chance to slow on hit, which is a different stat. So that is a questionable slammer. I think I might risk it because the other ones are so good, but yeah, that's a bit lesson learned on that one. It says 0 forge potential. What have I done? It's too risky. Yeah, it's too risky as it is. Yeah. Alright. Oh, this one's optimistic. Physical damage. Damage over time. Nope, it's bricked. Well, there's not enough potential left. I mean, whatever. Yeah, whatever. No potential. Just smash it. So we have 2.5 slammers. Which is, you know, pretty good. I'm gonna put them right next to the things I want to slam on. And then maybe if I'm feeling lucky, we debate the other one.
Take care.
Kind of wish you could... It is a bit of a tedious process. I don't know how I feel about this. I just wish the dungeon wasn't so convoluted to get to it. So what we're doing now, we crafted our way. So essentially I crafted the reagents here. In the Temporal Sanctum, there is a forge that takes 1,000 years to craft your item. Which is not too inconvenient because you can use your chrono device thing to flip between 1,000 years in the future and now. But you do have to go through and complete the dungeon, kill the boss, and use the forge. So you get one item with legendary potential. So it is like a super item. You're essentially forging an item into item plus, but you do have to go through the dungeon. Technically, I think I can go through at level 1. Let's see, like, I've gotten near one shot by the boss and it disconnected me from the server before. So, like when I died. So just like, I'm here for the forge, not for the boss at the moment. Which was, you know, I felt lore accurate. Then it happened again, and I'm like, what the fuck? Is this intentional? It is kind of hilarious. Instead of respawning in the time mission, it just disconnected me from the server, which was kind of hilarious. If it wasn't frustrating. But like in a vacuum. I haven't really figured out a trick to it yet. Also, I've managed to glitch through a few walls with the flame rush as well. Let's see if I can glitch through this one. Now, does that solve anything? Because I don't even think this is where it is, but... Walls are for nerds. I don't know if it's because those walls don't exist in the other timeline or not, but I haven't really looked at that. Nope, this one was empty, and I wasn't able to glitch it. It also just seems to be like a kind of a almost random thing. I do love how this is straight out of the Titanfall mission. Though the only problem is, like, I do feel it over. The fact I have to run this mission every time I want an item, it kind of overstays its welcome, the mechanics, in my opinion. Like, it's cool, but it's not cool as a, like, I'm doing this a dozen times mechanic. Does this visually represent how Endgame Path of Exile crafting is, or is it greatly simplified? I don't have any spreadsheets or browser tabs open. So.
How is this possible? Only I should be able to command time here. Unless...
Make of that what you will. What? Interesting.
You carry the Epoch then? A fool like you has no use.
At least that means I'm going the right way. I've noticed I'm getting close when she does the voice line about the storyline. Like, once you've passed a certain threshold. So it shouldn't be too much further. Just to let it... You see, what I don't like is how much backtracking. I don't know if I'm missing a trick to it or something, but it feels like D4 with this much backtracking. Like, I have to keep shifting through time. Which is a bit disorienting and somewhat annoying to do at such a frequency. No, you won't. Pillager's gold. Alright, so we gotta go back to the past. So we can go back to the future. Okay. So... what's my best slammer? Is this the better? This is +2. So this is the better... this is the marginally better one. I think, with 18% fire pen. Which equals what I currently have, and the highest chance to get an extra Hydra. They're a bit interchangeable here, but... we'll start with this one. Oh wait, this one also has to slow attackers. I did this twice. You failure. Well. Let's see. Lock it in. And then we go back to the future. Physical resist. That doesn't make it like a significant... in fact, I don't think it's even an upgrade over my current one. Run it back. Maybe we'll find the trick to this dungeon in doing it within 5 minutes instead of running into walls constantly. I'm gonna run it through, but I'll probably craft a little more. Like, and see if we can get it guaranteed. I don't need this many temporal sanctum keys. I think 20 would be fine. I think I have like 40. No. I don't know how many. They don't even sort by alphabetical order there.
Edges of my sanctum.
It's going too smooth. There's no way this is the end. Can I glitch through it? Nope. I try one more time. Wait, is this the door? This is a door, but in this specific version, it's not.
Lowly peasant.
What did you call me? That ain't it. I wish it would give you the door location a little bit closer, but... I think I'll also accept mana. I'll craft on a couple of those mana ones. Because honestly, right now my build is kind of limited by having to stay over 300 mana. It's a weirdly long load.
There is only one explanation. The Epoch. Finally, I will have its power.
That was a quick trigger on that voice line. I'm pretty much just staring at the overlay. Son of a bitch. So, like, yeah, that's a door location right there. What? I think that had 2 exalts. Maybe actual upgrade. You can see the little doors off to it, which is the odd part. I mean, so like it could it's random, I believe. Really making me work for the gear. So far, my least favorite mechanic. I'd rather do 20 monoliths than this once. Even though that would be significantly... The mechanic, once again, is cool, but overplayed, I think. What? Actual gear? Interesting. Does she always drop that? It seems like she always drops that item. The, like, ring. Yeah, we're definitely... Those boots, I hope I don't brick them. Cooldown reduction and int. We'll see. Not worrying about that right now. Alright. I'm gonna craft on a couple more relics and we'll see if I find something. Right, there was a plus mana one. Here's one. Cast speed is a maybe. Mana regen ain't gonna be it. That's what we got. Wait. Maybe... There's still 28 forging potential on this one. Fuck. There's a 1 in 4 chance on both of these to brick the item. But there's a 3 in 4 chance of a pretty solid stat, so... We're trying to get it down to a 0 in 4 chance, but... We'll see. Unfortunately, this has level of Frostclaw, which is a non-starter unless I can remove it. Convenient. It doesn't really have much potential here. Endurance is useless. Endurance threshold is nothing here. Just get out of my face. Weight resist. Endurance. Physical resist. And chance for frailty. Is that going to be better? Like, no matter what, it's a pretty good stat. No, that's bricked. It's not bricked, but it's, you know, just mediocre. Alright, RNGesus. Let's see. Ward. Here we are. The ideal here, clearly the fire damage, but we'll accept everything but chance to slow attackers. You know, I'm really bad about this. I thought that was a relic. Is the other one also a catalyst? Catalyst, rather? I put them. I did put them all in the same. Okay, well, we're gonna need a new stash tab. See, this is like one of the few that, because they're the same set, I put them in the same stash tab. Wow, we got this far. And now I figure this out. Oh my god. What's the best build for beginners? I kind of freestyled through the campaign. I really like the Hydra Fire builds, but I think there's a lot of options. You can use the build command. I've modified it pretty heavily, but the general idea is there for what I'm using. Okay. Before I get more tilted, I need to figure out. It's a catalyst. Of course it is. Which I don't use at all. I don't even know why I'm picking them up. Do I... +3 to Frost Wall. Let me look at the Frost Wall tree and see if 3 more points would do anything important. Like, I feel like you get a little bit of ward gain in mana. Area and duration. Ward when enemies pass through. Freeze rate is converted. So... Frostbite chance is converted to Fire Res Shred, which... I mean, is useful. And I can fill in. Like, it's not... it's not terrible, but it also doesn't... So the key point is that would not replace the stats on other stuff. We've gotten this far. That's the problem at the end of the day. Like, it doesn't kind of remove the need for stats on other things. Let's see. Where am I getting the rest of my fire resistance from? 30% elemental. Did you use any build resources or just build it yourself? You can use the build command, but like for crafting, I've just kind of... The crafting system is quite forgiving and actually pretty fun to use. Especially coming from Path of Exile to some extent. So let's see. I think I just have a baseline level. I don't need 59% fire resist. It doesn't really have anything I can replace. I think I'm just gonna craft on this and see. Maybe I get some other stats as well. The Frostwall is kind of interesting. Which is mostly me coping, but... remove. It worked. Unfortunate. Because now we're still going on this item. Crit multiplier. We're going to... reroll on cold resist. How's cold resist? That one... Okay, maybe. I'm looking like, where am I even bothered? None of my items, is this just baseline cold resist? None of my items even have cold resist. There's elemental resist. Am I just getting it from blessings? What do we got here? Void. Armor. Plus 19 to all. Where's all this cold? So there's 30. Plus 19 is 59. Oh, plus another 14 on this item. Resist is... No. Stop forcing it. It ain't happening. Put it back. I wanted to have an excuse to switch up my gear, but it's not an upgrade yet. We need more rolls. I'm just dumb. They're side grades and in my opinion slight downgrades as well. All right, back to restabilize things. The best upgrade would be the idol from the boss. Who are we? Blasting time. No more spreadsheet. I don't need any keys until that icon is. Last for a sec. We'll just come back around to the mage. I haven't said my chosen genre is RTS. It's chaos management. Which all RTS is chaos management. Not all games are. But here we are. Here's without the loot filter. Two potential. Okay, at some point we need to do a build around that. Your skills, passives, I mean. Before we go to the boss, I'll go through the skills. Someone remind me when I'm about to get to 800 stability. Hydra build got a nerf on release. Did you play early access? I did not play until release. See, I don't know. Seems pretty good to me. If it was any better, I feel like it would get boring. If I do 3 or 4 rune bolts, I'm almost guaranteed to cast double Hydra. With extra damage, so. How did it get nerfed? Like, what did they choose to nerf to make it worse? I'm interested to see how the balancing works. Alright. New tab. 200,000. But I can't make this mistake again. It's embarrassing. Though, the issue before was that since they're the same size and they have similar looks, I was struggling to tell the difference between them. Like, in order to sort them. Like, that's a catalyst. This is a relic, relic, relic. %25 damage overall in range, got a decrease. Yeah, well, it still kills everything, so how you liking it? It's dangerous. Those are my thoughts. Dangerously fun because you don't want to play SC2. Well, I think SC2 mostly did that. I'll be honest, it's been a little while since I felt that motivation. Because it's more about the commentary. And over the last 10 or so tries of like going back to the ladder, which I know is entertaining to watch, but every single day I just end up salty. And it turns me into like before you know it, 10 years later, Artosis. My god. Between the like frustrating updates and the ladder itself and my own incompetence, it's just even though like I can tell when I make mistakes, and that's a frustrating part on top of everything. And it takes a certain amount, like when I was playing Grandmaster, that was like 4 to 6 hours a day of playing on average, maybe a little less. But like, if I'm not willing to put that time in again, then it's just gonna be, even though I might be better, everyone's better, but like relatively. Blame game balance, but I play random.
Yes.
Need some of these. I don't even know if shattering is still worth it. I mean, not necessarily worth it, but continuing to work our way down. But I will be doing a once through of the skill tree before the boss, which should be maybe 4 or 5 more monoliths. I didn't look at the exact number we're at right now. I love the look of this place. This is on literally very low graphics. I think it still looks great. Because there are some... I think I'm doing like I'm literally melting my... It doesn't max out my GPU, but it doesn't seem to take full advantage of it. And I'm streaming as well, which certainly doesn't help. But even offline, the build... I don't know, I haven't played any other characters. Maybe no other characters have this issue of like having under 60 FPS on potato quality, but I'm not loving it, but I'm also doing a build that involves literally the entire screen exploding, so like I don't love playing on potato, but it does seem to be a noticeable performance increase. And once again, it doesn't look bad. It just... The game looks pretty great, in my opinion, on higher graphics. Like, during the campaign and stuff. I did a bad job. Well, on stream, especially on Twitch, you probably don't have the quality... Like... No, I'm not going to show it. No point. Okay, 3 more monoliths and then build the breakdown. That's just the disappointment. That's just a recipe for disappointment. Why am I not... It's not... My flame rush is not... It's just triggering automatic. I think there's an issue with the ground. I'm literally blaming the ground. But, like, my flame rush is... I think it... Odd. I'm not risking this when I can't dash. I think it's an issue with like whatever that ground texture is. Because Flame Rush does, like if you hit a wall or something, it just ends. What triggers it? Hopefully we gotta... You know, I don't know how to increase the, like... The one thing I need more of is Glyph of Despair, which is for the sealed affixes. But I haven't found anything that seems to increase it by a significant margin. It's just like a random drop. Huh. Lightning Scepter. I only have like 7 of them. Hazel Root. Cast a Thorn Shield on yourself and all that. That's a Druid one probably. And then a Lightning. Lightning damage. 100% of mana converted to ward when you reach full mana. That's a very interesting. That seems like a Spellblade item. Don't choose wall as 1 fire and just do a short flame rush. Keep seeing cast the orb instead of the Hydra. Because of the reasons I explained about flame rush not working right there and throwing everything off. Because you usually don't have that issue, but it's because flame rush was insta-triggering. Like, for some reason on the ground, it was just recognizing it like a wall for some... Maybe they used like a wall texture on the ground and it recognizes it like one. Also, the longer you go with the Flame Rush, the more damage it does. I mean, and obviously you travel further. It's not just for triggering the rune. There are many other ways to do that, if that's how you wanted to do it. But generally, I want to avoid being close to the enemies. as much as possible. Even with a decent amount of ward. I don't know how much health, like, actual tank classes get, but... And that's with the loot filter, pretty strict right now. I don't... Now Warlock's hit 70. Is that why there's a Warlock who's like literally twice as high on the arena ladder as anyone else? See, that's the issue. They're immortal at the moment? Well, that's... So then I'm just competing with the mages then. Alright. See, that's the issue. That's why they never finalized the leaderboard for co-op in SC2. Because they, like, field tested it with a bunch of, like, high-level co-op players. And they just kept finding ways to fucking break. Like, they just kept... No matter how they twisted the scores or, like... the exploits. I mean, that's kind of the point of co-op, but, like... Can I have your loot filter? I wouldn't recommend using mine right now because I have like a lot of stuff filtered out because I already have enough. But, oh, it's on YouTube, so you don't have the build command. Here you go. Here's a link to the build page that has the loot filter I based it off of. So, I'd look, like if you notice a lot of stuff you don't really want, but you gotta look at it yourself, right? Like so. So, I'm gonna do the boss. What are we at? We have enough? One more. And then the boss. I probably am not going to reset the web until the boss twice. But... Yeah. I'm actually going to go out here and then hit the beacon. Right, after this one, build breakdown. So the general rule is firewall where I want to go, rune bolt for the rune, and then flame dash through. But if I have the space, sometimes I'll charge up more energy like this, which guarantees I'll get a double, or almost guarantees a double Hydra cast. And there's just a bunch of stats that create ward and work off of that. There are two uniques that increase the damage of specifically the Hydra turret, but also potentially the fireball. But the key mechanic is, one, the rune bolt is converted to lightning. So it's always lightning. Real lightning. Which creates the lightning rune. And then the Hydra is lightning, fire, fire. So there are various ways to get there. Like the flame ward is fire. The frost wall is converted to a firewall. Frostbite gets converted to fire resistant shred. So generally, you cast it on the enemies. Another key part about the frost firewall is when I go through it, I get ward, I get mana, and I get speed. And there's like 3 or 4 different buffs on top of like being deadly to them. So that's why it's essentially like a booster gate that I try to go through. It also boosts the damage of whatever invoke is coming through it, so just against bosses, definitely do a lot more like charging up of the energy and stuff like that, but just dashing through. So, I've got the stability. As for the build, let me put the loot away. It's the same. I have like 6 of those. It's too much. So, for the passives, now I think a key point is you don't need to stick to your main class tree. Like, you can go halfway down the trees of the other subclasses. But we have just enough points, well, a couple points, in order to complement Arcanist. So that's intelligence. Intelligence. Stats in this game are much more than just like, with like stats and basic like RPGs. Each point grants 4% ward retention and increases damage by 4% of my abilities, as well as anything else that ties in int. Attunement increases mana and some other skills, but not the ones I'm using. So, but attunement ties into something different for my build. Dexterity is 4 dodge, and then related skills, strength, armor, and vitality is health, as well as resist. I didn't actually know it gave resist. Alright, that's an interesting one. But, so, this, essentially these 10 points, so you can get Arcane Flames. Set shit on fire. That's the general build. Set everything on fire. And Ignite is a damage over time effect that can stack infinitely, but only lasts a certain amount of time. So essentially, the more you ignite, and if something has a chance to ignite over 100%, you can add multiple stacks potentially. So all the debuffs, like you have 200%, you're gonna add 2 stacks. That's a key point, I think, on a lot of the debuff stuff. You might be like, why do I need over 100? You keep getting a benefit. And another one is fire hit damage versus ignite. So that's just a bit of a boost there. This is for AoE stuff. And then increased crit chance, but mostly the multiplier on the knowledge of destruction, which is not a very original name for a talent, but here we are. I gotta... So, now there are some other things that help with survivability over time. Like ward stuff you could potentially debate, but you only get so many points to throw around. So I think, like, I might be moving some of those points around depending on what kind of content. Like for Arena, I'd definitely go with some more of the, like, maybe not reactive ward, but anyways. Now, I'm going to go to the Sorcerer tree because it's a little easier to understand this than it is to go through the entire Runemaster one. So what we got in the Sorcerer tree is Arcane Momentum. No, this is more important. Calculated Destruction. You get bonus int, but at 5 points, you get increased spell crit chance per int. So instead of getting it from gear, this is where you get the majority. And remember, since int also gives you that baseline damage bonus, you always want more anyways. So this pretty much on its own brings my int from 5, or my spell crit from 5% to like 18%. And then Arcane Momentum increases your cast speed, which pretty nice. And when you cast, simple enough, you just keep casting more, but this essence, whatever, increases your damage per Arcane Momentum stack, increases its duration, and increase your move speed. So this is the kind of like speed running through everything. So that's why you can see the stacks down here, which is also increasing the damage. It just, that's the speed run stuff. And then Runemaster, which has a passive increase of 30% elemental damage. Its whole thing is Invoker. It invokes spells. You got mana. Well, first off is just less damage taken from ignited or chilled enemies. Honestly, some of this stuff I just filled in because it's in the build guide. I'm kind of looking at it myself right now, like decent, but I might debate shifting some around. So minus 8%. Yeah, that's not that great. But you do need to put the points somewhere in order to get further down the tree, so. This is just flat spell damage, which sounds good to start, but survivability is key. What other points are there? Like, I'm also looking at, like, Well, Arcane Focus is more int, and the big one, Ward gain on Spellcast. So, Ward is your shield, which is the vast majority of my survivability. Usually I have 2,000 to 3,000 Ward. I only have 1,000 HP, so Ward is first. And back to the stat screen. Ward retention is another set. So Ward increases and decreases over time. Essentially what this formula says is the more Ward you have, the faster it decreases. Let's see if I can build some up here. I'm just building up by casting. It'll slowly drag itself back. You can see it takes a little getting used to. So each of those ticks is going to be 1,000 Ward there. I don't know what I want from it. Like, do I want it to be a longer health bar compared to your health bar? I don't know, but it takes some getting used to the fact that the Ward is the same size as your health bar, but might be many times over a higher number. Anyways, so more Ward, never late, using a traversal skill like Flame Rush. Well, specifically Flame Rush, really. Next, non-channel spell has additional spell damage, a higher chance to crit. So in this case, that ties into Flame Rush, casting, Invoke. We have area spells have increased range per rune. So in this case, it is the Hydra turret. And then after using a traversal skill, you gain increased cast speed and movement speed after the Flame Rush. So this all ties into the arcane momentum. You can cast like 3-4 spells in like a second afterwards. Here is more damage to bosses and rares. And if you pass through a frost wall or have a fire rune, it even more damage, which is like all the time. So, and then plus 10 int, and then cooldown recovery for intelligence. So everything tying into int here. Cooldown recovery, obviously amazing. When you use a lightning skill, you have a chance to get Rune Ward Hurricane, which honestly I don't, which grants additional spell lightning damage and freeze rate. Yeah, that's just a point here. So you can, I don't know why we have a point in that. That's a good point. Is it a good point though? Because we're not even going for this. Freeze rate multiplier maybe? I'm not sure about that one. And then Inferno is the same-ish thing, but for fire damage. And this is mostly to unlock Ward gain on crit, more critical strike multiplier against bosses, so damage and defense, as well as spell and ward. So generally cast as much as possible, doing as many crits as you can, while continuing to cast a whole lot of spells. And then, as for the spells, you have Invocation. The key points here being Invoke gives you ward gain. You can build Runic Energy, which does more damage per rune, has a chance to repeat with copied scrolls. So essentially you have a chance to get 2 turrets, and then you can keep gaining more and more runes. And then you have cast speed, current mana, gained as ward. I'm reading this too, like area for area invocation. So the area on the Hydra, to my understanding, only increases the splash damage of the direct attack, which is nice, but how much more would that be? Okay, current mana gain is worth 300. 10% would be 30. No, it's only on invoke. Important point. This is only when you use invoke, which is often but not constantly. Invocations that include at least 1 rune have a chance to ignite and deal more damage. So, fire rune, that is. And then elemental penetration for 3 intelligence, coming up again. And then faster rune gain while channeling. So in this case, I didn't even realize this had ward tied into it, but this allows you to charge up the runes faster when you're flame rushing. And then you gain spell damage and cast speed, so that ties in again, as well as a small shock chance, which increases crit as well. And then just filler points are like damage on rune consumed and stuff. That's just flat damage increase. Rune Bolt is converted to lightning. Has Arcane Restoration and Rune Weaver, which restores mana. And for the mana you get, or the mana you use, you gain ward. Here is more damage for more Rune Weave. And for the more Rune Weave you have, the invoke can crit. So generally pretty great. Also there's heat seeking up here, so you don't miss as often if you're a potato. And then for Flame Rush, cooldown reduction, damage taken reduction, you get more buffs and buff time, ward increase, Frenzy, which is attack and cast speed, keeps coming up. And then this is the key one, is Epilogue, which you cast and invoke when you exit Flame Rush. So in this case, if the Flame Rush completes like the lightning, fire, then you cast the Hydra. And then fire resistance shred on enemies it passes through, which is a huge damage increase. And Fire Eater is whenever you pass through. That's another reason to put the firewall in front of you, so there's a better chance to pass through ignited enemies, which gives you even more ward. So. And then the Frost Wall is converted to fire, is the baseline. You also get a cleanse of negative ailments with the Purifying Gate, as well as a damage boost to your next runic invoke on Aspirant's arrival. The rest are mostly ward gain and debuff. Flame Ward is damage reduction and shield. And then this one, Astonish, is it auto casts when you're stunned, which is kind of an important time to cast it. And you can hear that by like the hammer slamming noise, which happens a surprising amount. As well as Dual Aegis, which gives you a second charge. And then I have Fire Aura and just Fire Aura damage, because there's a bunch of trigger effects there on the other side. But this side of it, I think, is kind of not optional. The rest can probably move points around, but there you go. Now you're experts. I'm sure that all made sense and registered and was great. Yes? Like and subscribe for more long-winded explanations for what make Fireball go boom. What are we working on? Let's see. I'm just gonna take any monolith ones with basic gear. This does not bode well. Oh, alright, turn it off and turn it on again. Solved. We're looking for more boots, but it's kind of unlikely to be too specific. There's a lot of options. How do you unlock more lens slots? You rank up. It's like rank like 3, 5, and 9. And they get exponentially harder to rank up. It is a little ridiculous. I'm actually looking for Exalted. But... you know... there are no real boots, necessarily, that I want. I'm eventually going to do the Temporal Sanctum, so I'll take those, especially the tier 1. It's gonna happen. Alright, fine. Death of Boss. So, I want more rolls of my unique armor. As many as possible. Getting pretty specific here, though. Oh yeah, I didn't even touch the gear. Oh, so much. One more. If we go under like 6k at that point. Fine, I'll take the boots one. Maybe there's something out there. I doubt it still, but... alright. Blast in time. Monkey Bonsonator.
It's about
I do enjoy.
Currently leveling a
Yeah, it
druid
really
and
feels
really
like there's
enjoying it.
it was
This
made by
game is
people who
miles
like
better than
games like
Diablo
this
4.
and like playing them instead of playing Loot Box Simulator. Will I be able to see us? Nope, no health bar this time either. Alright, we just gotta guess.
this man's will make me a god.
Clearly, I got him to a certain percent to trigger this phase.
I will burn brighter than Raya himself.
Boots, gloves. Do you want boots or gloves more? Oh, relics. Yeah, I think I will take the relic one now. Yeah. Good enough for all. Speaking of relics, by the way, I had a few stacked up, believe it or not. Nope. 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 I got 2 of the same one. I got 3. I got 2 of 3 different relics, and none of them what I want. Ah. Another day at the office. Nope, I already have some of those. I think we're gonna go for 2 kills in order to get the corruption boost. We'll get the beacon here. And then I'm gonna do a loot pass and go to the arena momentarily. I just need to get back to where, for some reason, when you finish like the boss, it doesn't set you where you could get to your stash, which is a little odd. Like, it doesn't bring you back to the island or whatever. Apparently I had several Void Horror prophecies, which Void Horrors most consistently show up in this objective, so... They can show up on other ones, but this is the only one where they, like, just keep spotting the beacon thing. Yeah, I haven't found any boots that really work with my build, unfortunately. Is there a way to filter items that don't roll high on their base stats? What do you mean their base stats? Their implicits? Or, like, the tiers? Or do you use your Ascendance runes? I haven't had any success with Ascendance runes. I tried on, like, the chest piece and relics. I think, like, it's pretty hard to find the class-specific items. I'm just relying mostly on the prophecies to even try, like... Let's see. Another 2 legendary potential. We're gonna need to buy another. I'm running out of money to buy stash tabs. I'm gonna need a better system or just give up on picking up all the uniques. Just start filtering the uniques. Any tips on farming Box of Hydra? Just take every prophecy, and also the line you can do is, what is it, Blood, Frost, and Fire, I think is the relic one? Or is it the Ruins? I don't know, either way. But I didn't get any from it. I did it like 3 times through. Look at this. Look at this shit. Alright, so here's all my relics that aren't Box of Hydra. Tome of Elements. All the ones highlighted are relics. You'll notice the same ones 3 or 4 times over. 5. I've gotten 3 so far, total. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 tomes of the erased me, like 5, 6. So I've stopped trying to super like I just kind of take the prophecies and I work on the boss drops. Like it's too frustrating to specifically go for a single item, I feel. I want high implicits to show, not low ones. I don't know how to filter for that. I know how to filter for like tiers, like the exalted or otherwise, but I don't know about the implicits. What am I doing? Blasting. We're looking for... Wait, I don't actually want a... You know what? No, I found a unique staff that might work with the build. Did you refine yours? Yeah, pretty dramatically. But it's refined to, like, not have half the affixes you might need. Because I already have items with them, so they don't show up anymore. Like, kind of stuff like that. So, if I just copy-paste it, you'll miss out on stuff. The one from Max Roll will give you everything you need. And then some. The and then some is the kind of issue. Right? Like, but... I think it's a real skill in and of itself, like, figuring out how to adjust it. And I went through that learning process as well. Chill idols from other classes. So the way you can handle that is hide all idols and then show the ones you want specifically. I know it has the recolor, but here's how I have it set up. Hide all other classes and then recolor idols that have the specific stats I want. Yeah, it's a bit tedious, but... Or you could at least hide ones from other classes and put that in a higher order. Playing hardcore? Soft. He'll go for it, we'll see. Is that the objective, right? New speed run. That happens occasionally. Always a fun one. You don't get any of the bonus stuff, but like, get in, get out.
Yes.
Forgot to buy the runes recently. Is there anything down this road? No. There's multiple. There's another unique staff down there. Maybe I get a chaos thing. I gotta go through. Oh, arenas definitely slow me down. Like I'm so solid at blasting now, and arenas have a finite speed at which you can get through them. Like they will spawn more waves as you kill them, but honestly a little tedious. So there's no really avoiding them if you want to go down a certain path, so. I just like, if I had literally 2 paths, I would prioritize the one that isn't an arena. But rarely do you have 2, like, exactly equal paths, so. It's just a little annoying if I get, like, 3 or 4 in a row. I don't think I've ever had like 4 in a row, but 3 maybe. Oh my god. There's unique items all over the place. Wonder what making the game crash so often? I haven't had any issues with monoliths. Monoliths actually, even through all the server issues, have seemed to be stable because they're like more localized, so that may be more of a hardware issue, like if that's the problem you're having. Honestly, some of the monoliths do chug, but they're not necessarily well optimized, but alright. Prophecy fulfilled. More stuff I'm not gonna want to use. Amazing. I didn't even get the loot crate. Should have showed up by now. Alright then. Fine. I usually go until like I hit a wall and I'm like, alright, well, didn't find anything. Ah yes. The Keeper's Gloves. That summons bees. I don't know if, I'm gonna make a beekeeper necro. Alright. Wait, 32% chance to ignite with fire skills. There's no way. Yeah, there's only a couple slots you can. I don't know why I have all these. I could like have entire pages of the same unique. I need to stop. I need a more permanent solution than continuing to buy stash tabs. If I've seen it before, I'm just gonna sell it. It's 500 gold. Like if I've seen it before, it doesn't have at least 2 legendary potential, because I know I have like 6 of these. I'm done with it. Unlimited stash tabs. They still cost gold. I'm up to like 200 something K. Alright.
Yes.
I'm gonna pay for my new stash tabs by selling uniques so I can buy stash tabs for my uniques. Alright, big brain. Steam Deck. Wait, you're playing on a Steam Deck and you're telling me it's crashing? What? You can play this on Steam Deck? Oh my god, that doesn't... Okay, well, that's an important detail. You can play it on fucking Steam Deck? Why do I even get to my PC in the morning? Alright, so I'm not getting 60 FPS, and I'm on a 4080, so... I wouldn't be optimistic as to performance on Steam Deck. Is what I'm saying. I have the game running for long. Memory leak issues. It doesn't, like, it gets to that pretty quick. I'm using 8 gigs of RAM, which sounds like a lot, but I have 64. Like, OBS is using 5, so... Gotta be something with Runemaster. Maybe the entire screen on fire, quite literally, is part of it. Like the dashing around the entire screen and exploding, potentially affecting every enemy on the screen. I'm really seriously debating re-rolling a Necromancer, only because I've got so many of these fucking uniques. Alright, like, that's it. There's so, like, I don't even, like, it looks interesting, but it wouldn't be my first choice, but I'm so annoyed at how many, obviously, like, Acolyte gear. Like, give myself an excuse to use it. Had a lot of fun. Alright. We're going to upgrade from, like, I haven't noticed a huge performance difference between potato and, like, high settings. So I'm, like, it's like 20% FPS maybe. And I don't know how much of that is even placebo. Might be the mix of all the spell effects and dashing through the entire map constantly. You rerolled Necro, you get more Runemaster gear. The thing is, I think part of it is that my uniques are, like, spell specific as opposed to, like, class specific. Maybe I'm looking at it, maybe it's the same thing, like those uniques that I'm getting for the Necro are not, like, very ideal because they are just, like, general things. Like, I don't really like, none of the, like, basic mage ones really work for my build. It's because they specifically work for the combination of spells I'm casting is why the ones I have are good. Yeah, like, well, arenas are always fine. Part of the reason we'll play more arena play. Arenas, contained area, contained amount of enemies on the screen at a time. I think that's a major factor in the performance. Because they find your way. Well, you would think I would get more. Like, for reference, I've gotten like 12 that I think are okay for the mage. Like, literally, that have elemental damage or, like, specific mage damage. I've gotten like 50 that have minions or void damage, or I don't know if Necros do void damage. I assume so, like acolytes. But I actually, maybe that's just Void Knights. We got a Vessel of Chaos. So what the Vessel of Chaos does is re-roll all the things I haven't done on the monoliths. So, like, if I have open ones, they could get re-rolled to something that I want. It's usually used, like, if you have a bunch of gear ones, but for gear you don't care about, then I can re-roll it without resetting. Pretty premium one there. Let me tap the unique staves. I'm still looking at that flame ward stuff. No, it's just an ambush one. Usually it's around a third to a half of bonus stability gain. Make sure I get my loot. Okay, well, another one of these. I guess it's just the sheer amount of loot that isn't mage gear is going to outweigh. Because I've heard there are other classes in the game. Which I'm not sure why they'd bother, but... The hardest part. Yeah, I think shards should just be auto picked up. I don't know why they aren't. Maybe it's so like you can tell what you're getting, but you can already kind of tell. So like, I feel like they should be vacuumed up just like gold, because there's no downside, right? Like you don't run out of space. Appear to be hitting like a truck. Is your truck made of fireballs? I'm far more maneuverable than the average truck. Though I do not have the durability of a truck, so there's that. Is Soulfire good enough? I don't think you need a unique. Like, I think I was using Soulfire, but... What is this? Chronicle of the Damned. Oh, is this not a Necro one? Is this for... Is this legendary potential 2 offhand, not for Necro? The souls of those whose deaths are inked within these pages are bound to the book itself, forever cursed to serve the reader. Lich? Oh yeah. I keep thinking of Necromancer as the class. I really do mean Acolyte when I say that. Is what I should be saying. I'm just not used, like, Acolyte isn't your generic RPG class. Ooh, 16 Weaver's Will. So we have a chance here for an upgrade. Like, fire and elemental damage are great, but I'd much rather have cooldown reduction. Like, at this point, percent damage pales in comparison to defensive and just utility stats. Because you saw the truck, so... Okay, which one of these fucking 4 veil roots do I want to sell? We'll leave one. I'm also filtering stuff with legendary potential too.
Yes.
All right. So, it could roll better. So the Weaver's Will is essentially double loot box. You got the loot for this item, which is pretty good. And then it has a chance to roll up to 16 tiers of other items. Like, this one had Weaver's Will of 12. And it rolled fire damage and elemental damage over time, which are good, but not perfect. So, another one I had rolled fire damage and potion slot. But with health gain, which doesn't really matter to me. Because if I ever need health gain, things have already gone horribly wrong. I'd say it also could add like strength or throwing damage or something that would completely brick it for me. It's not specifically a mage item. I mean, it'll add multiple things by the end of it, but... I'm not looking at it because I'll die if I open up a tab. It is known. We'll get there. Why is my runic energy not reliably going over 5? I need to look at that. Oh yeah, it's fine. No. What happens is I flame dash after I rune bolt, and that actually, when the runes change, that's what charges it more. And if I get up to 10 runic energy, you can see it down here, that's when I double cast. And that's why we charge it up like this. So I do this. That's actually 2 hydrohedrons there. Whereas you do it normally, there's a chance of it. But I think I got the double. Yeah, there's just one. Let's see. Necrotic damage. Fuck. There's still a chance. Like, if it rolls cooldown, it doesn't have to max it out. Sometimes it only does like 2 or 3 tiers on one. It's like almost completely random. Oh, I got legendary potential on this one. Okay. So, yeah. This is actually, I'm really seriously debating it. I'm gonna have to change my entire build around it. But, so it is a flame ward staff. It could be better spell damage, but 15% of current mana gained is ward when you cast a fire spell. Which would be great if I could have that plus 148 mana on top of everything. Plus 2 to flame ward. Way more ward when you cast flame ward. Like, this is... And plus 75 fire resist. Which is completely unnecessary, but 11 int, like, it's an amazing one. All I'm gonna have to do is find all the rest of the damage somewhere else. I don't know what I'd smash onto it, but now... Oh, I could take my current staff. Wait, it's not tier 5s across the board, though. And find... With legendary potential 1, I could at least... get some damage, or maybe mana. I don't... Like... We'll see. No, doesn't go in there with the other pleb staves. Any builds that use singularity? I don't know what that is. Is it a spell? I'm gonna go for one more roll with it. Unique idol. I don't know of it, but it's not part of mine. Oh, but I think, you know what? I think I've seen it, but disables all your crit. Yeah, I have no idea, but that would completely brick my entire build, which is pretty heavily revolving around the crit, since I get so many bonuses from both the skill and passive talent. Yeah, I think I have a couple of those, but would completely brick it. I don't like how it makes the fancy loot noises on stuff that's getting loot filtered. I think we need more options for sound, but like on the mini map to be able to see, because so many times like I'll kill something and I'll already be on another screen, like dashing past as my turret kills stuff behind me. I've definitely missed out. Like, so legendaries, like uniques will show up, but Exalted doesn't. on the map if you miss it, which is unfortunate.
Fools. Fools.
Like that. If I just kept going. Yeah, no, I think the loot filter should just have like a recolor or sound option. Like a recolor or like a show on minimap check. Or something like that. It's already great, but something like that would be even more greater. Those are actually double exalted. The move speed, so move speed has become less and less relevant to me because most of my movement is done via flame rush. So also cast speed is not a priority either. Those gloves are same reason. Like a lot of all of that just comes from talent. Take a look at it. I'm gonna do the boss one more time. Another arena. Alright, let's see if it's bricked. If it has 2 useless affixes, there's no way. We'll see though. I think it's a unique caster weapon as opposed to staff specifically. But it uses the same icon. It gets me every time. I'm actually gonna hold off checking the observatory till like 20k. Unique set staff or scepter, yeah. Just has the staff icon. But we can go for the big boss again. Which does not reset the web.
This lance will make me a god.
What? Oh my god. Thankfully there's a confirmation thing. Ooh, relic drop rate increase. It's about the best roll, right? 56. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for the idol, the throne of ambition. But lethal concentration. Another one of these. Didn't get it. I don't know if I'm gonna do another once around. I like mixing it up. But I do want to, well, I've already worked on the corruption here, which increases the likelihood I get more shit from the boss as well, so. Let me see if there are any more nodes, because I can do the chaos node. What am I really looking for here, though? It'll save my progress, right? Like, if I want to go to a different one? Reasonably sure. Like, you're not locked into any particular monolith. Hello. So there's a belt. Wait, what did I get, by the way? Dodge rating. No, it's nothing here. Where are the chess pieces? That's what we're looking for. Yeah. We got 193 corruption on Blood, Frost, and Death, which also has a relatively easy boss as well. Which damage and is 160% snow, but all right, let's do a quick arena run. And then gear reset, and then blast. I'm currently, am I still ranked top 50? I got the idol after 5 times. Fuck. The idol is a big deal. Actually, the idol is probably the biggest deal. Like, a reroll on my chess piece is not nearly as big a deal as getting that idol. No, I've been beaten. I need to get to wave 150. This is another, by the way, necro weapon. I need to figure out what I'm doing with these fucking uniques soon. I like this more than last. It feels like there's like Path of Exile is like occasional gameplay around your inventory management simulator, and Diablo 4 is occasional gameplay around your gambling and backtracking simulator. On top of the fact, like, I like how the talent and skill trees are done. Like, it feels like there's some depth without drowning you. Some boss don't drop gear until you have enough corruption. I don't think that is necessary, but for the Throne of Ambition, but it certainly can't hurt. How about Grim Dawn? I've never played that. Heard it referenced sometime. Wow. Fuck. I've done that before. There's like skeletons that are javelin throwers that if their volley hits, you just get melted. I gotta do better than that. And they're kind of small, so like it's kind of hard to see them. But I've died to them multiple times. Like they just spawn and they throw those javelins before you even realize. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Ah! They gave me the fucking menu and they're attacking me. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? That guy like super tanky as well. It's like the butcher. Okay, that's not... Oh, by the way, I need to switch out my wait, there's another one? Oh wait, I already switched it out, I think. No, wait. What? No, I didn't. Kind of want to look at those gloves again as well. I mean, this is the best test of survivability, is the endless arena. Just gets more and more damage with like a random selection of enemies every time. Alright, attunement. Anybody have exalted attunement? No. But int, and there's forge potential. Like I could brick it. Resistances are capped, so... I can move the necrotic resist around if needed. How do you get the second invocation? What talent? What do you mean? The double invoke. Copied scrolls, which is per runic energy. And then rune power core as well. Alright. Fizz resist. Like, if I have it here, I can take it off other... Thing is, like, I barely have resist on my... I feel like this is a don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good situation. Like, that's still pretty solid, and it's just points I can move around. Wow, Glyph of Hope coming through. You know what? We're gonna try it. Sealed. Though... Which opens up other options, like crit avoidance. Another big one is shred. We're gonna try shredding. Wow. Well, there's nothing else to be done. Alright. Well, that's, yeah. Good job. Good job rolling those die. I mean, like, the process and the order at which you do it is relevant, but it's just controlling RNG. But it's not just RNG. The order in which you do it is important. Otherwise, like, different orders have different ways you could brick the item. So, better survivability, and very important, int and attunement. So, this item, I get 3% damage on invocations with fire runes as their second thing per attunement point. So, the turret has fire runes as a second thing, obviously. So that's another 21% damage there. And then everything else ties off of int. Attunement also gives me more mana, which I need. So that's just flat damage from the attunement. So that's a pretty solid upgrade, but mostly base RNG. But I also got mana from Well, it's the same type of glove, so it didn't give me a significant change in mana, but I think I got a few points boost. Because I'm slowly working away from having so much mana on my staff. I need to have over 300 or my idols don't work. Or I get a... because they do double if you have over 300. And also just having over 300, you know, to, like, actually cast. Careful hitting the edge. Hello? Oh. Only need 3 casts to max the runic energy on that.
Fools. Fools.
Yes, they are fools. Skellies. Honestly, I should stay where I can't get funneled. Because the skelly volleys and getting slammed are the top 2 ways I die. It really depends on the arena, though. Like, getting slammed isn't like an enemy that just walks up and hits me when I'm not paying attention. But the more dangerous are the skellies. Because the big ones, you could just be like, well... but... like that. Shouldn't have gotten so close. It's like banelings. Oh, it's a small arena. The smaller, the worse it is for me. Obviously. Also, there are some areas that can, like Flame Rush, can get caught on and interrupt my build or just straight up get me killed. Extra attention paid. I mean, always paying attention, but more than most arena. Like that. Oh yeah, another small one. Deceptively small. With the spawns coming behind your camera. Oh no. The berserkers. The butchers. The damage is starting to become significant here. Oh no. Wait, no, Docklands is fine. This one's probably the best one for me, because I can just dash from side to side. And the spawns are pretty obvious. It's actually super annoying to get in the monoliths, though, because there's so much space between the spawns. Nope. Not the time. Can she slap? Just like that. Not enough ward or crit avoidance. I need max crit avoidance. I don't think I can do arena reliably until I have maxed out crit avoidance. I don't know if it was a crit. I'm just gonna assume so. How much crit avoidance do I have right now? 0. It's not very much. Oh, 56% actually. Wait, no, I have an item with it somewhere. Oh yeah, my boots. It's pretty fast melting. That's the ward. The ward, I need a higher baseline as well. You know what? Wait, how much mana do I have? I have that flame ward staff. I do want to try. I'm going to be dropping 148 mana, which is actually not tenable. Because that drops me below 300. So I have to find out mana somewhere else. There's a blessing for crit avoidance. How's the ward stuff work? So it's essentially a shield. The more you have, the faster it decays. But there's a whole bunch of stuff that builds upward. Like usually on spell cast, but like for example, this staff causes flame ward to create even more as well. So it's just generally like there's a bunch of different mechanics with it. But like I'm usually at between 1,000 and like 4,000 ward in a fight, but I only have 1k HP. But damage, all but some very specific things, goes straight to your ward as opposed to your HP. This one has enough mana to balance it out and keep me over 300, I think. I'm gonna have to make sure, yeah. What are we at? 302. Yeah. So, 10% less damage taken if you have at least 1,000 ward. I now got a couple more flame ward points. Let's see if I can get anything that's like a passive increase. How many points do I need in this? Additional ward. Enemies knocked back. I'll try that. Like, I can always respec it. Oh, I need 4 points. Oh, that's why we don't have that, yeah. Elemental damage taken. Ward over time. Ah. Okay. We're gonna remove some of the skill points as well. Fire aura is cool, but shields up. I'm going full shields here. Duration. I only need 2 points to get here. I can go from either direction. Haste. No, that's an interesting one. That requires 4 points. Ward retention is a big deal too. Mana now absorbs while Flame Ward is active. Mana regen. This... So I don't get all the points back immediately, but I just gotta spec into it. Stop respecking. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the knockback. I wish there was a there really should be, even though it's super easy to do, it would be a lot less annoying if there was a confirmation before you locked it in. Like, it's not like I've wasted hours of my life, a bunch of currency. It's only going to take like 15 minutes tops to get those points. Retention. So yeah, retention decreases the drain rate. The higher your retention. So right now my ward is not actually 381 baseline. That is the equilibrium between my passive ward gain and the decay. The higher up it goes, the faster it drains. Like, I think I can demonstrate actually. So the idea is to, like, there's only a certain baseline you can get to, but it slows. So the higher your retention, the higher the baseline rate, and the higher cap you can get before the drain just becomes too much. So here with the... This did not give me a charge of Flame Ward, unfortunately. But we have 12-second cooldown. Another reason why cooldown reduction is such a huge deal. What was I? Oh yeah. Why do I... The keys... They've already said that keys will... at some point be just another, like, infinite tab. Because, like... an entire stash tab full of keys is a bit ridiculous. Just stop picking them up, bro. Well, they gotta stop looking so fancy on the loot filter. So if this doesn't significantly decrease my blast potential, we're fine. We got those ward points. Switch between the waves, I'll re-upgrade. Oh yeah, we're hitting 3K pretty reliably. The idea is hedging my bets against those potential one-shots. Of course, there's still going to be times where I just don't have the ward up, but the idea is to minimize as many of those times as possible. Let's see. Oh yeah, knockback. Oh yeah, that takes 4 points. I don't care about the mana cost. 3 points here. I was gonna try the knockback, which may give me a better chance against... Yeah. This is just a flat number. I should still have 1 more point. Oh yeah. More than that, actually. This makes attunement an even better stat, both for my flat damage and for mana gain. Like, attunement is now at an absolute premium. We can get the knockback. I think I'm still gonna have 1 more point, maybe 2. We'll see, but I got the knockback. We'll see if that screwed... Like, there's no situation which is gonna screw me. It's not like I'm relying on them being close enough, right? In fact, exactly the opposite. It's all about the turret getting the damage done. I doubt it works against bosses or like larger enemies either. I just level up. Oh, it's not done. Yeah, I got more points. Yeah, I think the build guide is much more for like monoliths and stuff, whereas the arena is all about survival. I got the damage. The waves aren't that overwhelming, it's just the risk of a one-shot is so goddamn high. And by one shot, I mean, like, dying within a second. Not, like, necessarily literally one hit. But sometimes literally one hit, which is within 1 second, technically. I'm taking the ward retention per point. I'm gonna have 1 more point after that. Yeah. So that'll help me keep more ward as I use flame ward, which is kind of compounding effects. This is tempered glass cannon build, all right? How is a Runemaster for clearing mono speed-wise? Right now, I'm really looking for more cooldown reduction because the limiting factor is how fast I'm able to flame rush across the map. is how fast. What do you aim to level? And movement seems really slow. Movement seems really slow. What do you aim to level 100? The enhanced monoliths. You'd probably want to relocate your build. So some pitfalls that I found were like critical strike chance is not that good. For example, like a lot of your damage will come from talents. The most valuable is like flat damage. I don't know if you're talking about Runemaster, but like getting critical strike chance does nothing. Like that's a useless stat because it's working off of that tiny percentage. Critical strike multiply, on the other hand, for example. There are also some idols that can really change it up and that kind of randomly drop. But I have no idea about the other inferior classes. We clear the hull echoes and reset the boss. Or is there a way to enhance them? Maybe when we get back to them, I'll explain the corruption again, but there's certainly some YouTube guides on it. It's a little confusing. It took me a bit to understand, but essentially, you build corruption by expanding the web. Or potential corruption. Then you gotta kill the shades on the edges and reset the web. But don't worry, it makes sense. Alright. But you're probably not going to be reliably doing that until you're like in the 90 levels because it also scales up like the damage and the modifiers and stuff. Yeah. Is this harder or easier than Invoker? Well, I don't have any teammates yelling at me, so... That's how I originally played, was because it was like Invoker, but you kind of... I wish... Maybe at some point I'll try to make a build that's like all the spells, but we're really zeroing in on one-ish right now with the Hydra turret. So it's not really like Invoker anymore, unfortunately, but still fun. Still kind of a complicated setup, but it's just like advanced sorcerer. I still really like the invoke mechanic, and the fact that like Runemaster has half as like if you combine all of Runemaster's potential invokes, which technically you could do if with certain builds. Runemaster has half the spells in the game. So like the thing is they don't have the talent trees. They work off the other talent trees. So like it's not that complicated, but like yeah, the set items are annoyingly common and very specific, unfortunately. Like, I got an Invoker ring at, like, level 30, and it was sick. And I still keep seeing that same ring that's a level 30 ring, and it's not as sick anymore. Like... I couldn't move. That was not a reasonable attempt. We can do better. T4 Arena getting one shot by all three bosses with all res cap and also crit avoidance. Do you have any tips? Let's see, I haven't beat it yet. I didn't get one shot. I got to the boss and got beat pretty quick. But just for you, and because I have a few prophecies for it. Can you put the level in the filter so it doesn't show up? I guess. I haven't really been filtering set and unique items because it feels bad. I was about to ask if there's a challenge. Nothing is a challenge until it hits me. What's going on here? Sometimes... Oh, the slow one. But yeah, you could do levels in the filter. But that doesn't change the fact that the only set items dropping are ones that I don't really care about, right? It just hides it. Still getting a lot of necro. I don't want to talk about the necro items. Or like whatever minions they are items. Alright. Maybe I should change the spill. You know what? I mean, it's just the S key. But, you know what? Lesson learned. I'm gonna change it. There's no reason it needs to be so close to a useful key. What is X used for? Oh, loot filter. Yeah. I knew that. So this is the reason why the arena champion becomes so ridiculous. Instead of gradual scaling, like, oops. It's not about the items, it's about survival. And I guess it's a lot easier, like, we'll go with health instead of damage. I do the damage. Health is no problem, but getting hit is a problem. I don't like when it does this. I don't like when it lies. And why? I don't know why it lies. I don't know what it... It's like, collect your loot. All right. Suddenly mini boss. Really, there's rarely any loot. Take a look. So my staff works off of current mana for ward. So keeping mana high has an added bonus with the rune bolt return. I'm gonna need to move some points around in general, but Okay. I'm trying to keep the damage low, but this is why you get one shot. Like, how many hundreds of percents now are we at? Like, 300? We're not done. We're gonna have one more tick of it. Is it mine? No. RNG's has favored us. Won't get too much worse. I think you always get a pick from the arena key, but... All right. Don't choke. Ah. I choked on a couple casts. Jesus Christ. Choking on any of the casts really hurts, because, like, each turret does, like, 40% damage to it, but I just missed a couple. Alright, so we had a few prophecies banked for this. Yeah, this isn't all his loot. This is from the prophecies I had. But let's see how many not mage items we get. I'm excited to find out. Mage relic. Box of two potential. There we go. Never mind. Amazing. Incredible. Don't click continue yet. You know what? Quickly gather the loot, because somebody's gonna click that button while I'm looking. Oh my god, I also got the fundamental. Unfortunately, it's worse, and it doesn't have legendary potential. But the idea that it dropped there is kind of hilarious. Now, if I could just get the sash, what is it? The sash of lucidity, another box of Hydra. But it's gonna be hard to beat the two. They hit like trucks. Oh my god. If I didn't have, like, if I hadn't switched to the Flame Ward talents and gotten this staff and had like 5,000 ward, like, I'm just dead. Like, he got through the ward into my health multiple times. So, like, a bit stressful. Okay, well, what am I gonna do with all these? I'm pretty sure I have another. Well, I'm gonna have to start sorting my boxes of Hydra. So these are my fresh ones. I'll buy one more stash tab. No more. And then we gotta figure out a long-term solution here. This goes to the unique world warehouse, where I have all the stash tabs full of unique. I don't want to talk about it. All right. That's my ingenious solution. And here's the legendary potential to ones that aren't items I directly want this moment. Now I need a relic to smash onto it. And it has 2 legendary potential. I think it was a pretty solid... Well, 2 legendary potential means even if it was a terrible roll, it would still probably be worth. But I think it was pretty decent roll on it. Okay. So these items are not... Oh yes, there's this. Which is an interesting one. That's like a... It's like a flame burst. Maybe a fire... Like, I had this one here for my fireball build. But I think it's more of a disintegrate. Originally, I was storing mage stuff in here, just in general, which... Movement speed. Yeah, no. I need certain stats on gear that, if you don't have the legendary potential, is kind of irrelevant. Oh wait, that's part of it. How's your resistance? It's capped. Yeah, I was like, oh, sick. And then I realized this wasn't a relic. Same size, they look so similar. I made a perfect one. Or near perfect. Classic. If I want a specific one, I'll just use the search function. Which you gotta become better and better at. It might... I had them on the same tab. We no longer do because it created much strife with that moment. Originally, I was like, I'll have a page for weapons and a page for armor, and that was optimistic. Wait, that wasn't even... Uh-huh. I see. I see what I've done here. Oh. These are all gear that I kind of tested and maybe switch out. That is of similar strength in different ways. And now I'm gonna have to fucking sort through all these, but now I'm responsible for all these boxes. Not even looking at that tab. Okay, I gotta figure out the ones I've rejected. So this was... Okay, I gotta... You know what, just line them all up. +2, but there's no legendary potential. It's maxed area cast rate. Would be great. But... gets sent to the stash tab. No legendary potential. Nothing. There's +2. That's definitely in. Here's +1, but does it have the roll? No. Wait, no. We'll just leave the stuff. The stuff that's made the cut stays in. The stuff that hasn't made the cut. Nope. I mean, maybe if I get a perfect roll, but that's not what we're going for here. It's technically still in. No, doesn't have the ward retention. It's going to be very hard to compete with 2 legendary. Like this one. Now, fundamental criterion. This one has legendary, but it's only... Legendary potential means you can get at least 1 stat from an exalted item put onto the item, making it item plus. And the more legendary potential, the more stat. Like, you can get 2 stats instead of just 1. That makes it a huge deal, because you can essentially get, like, another half an item on an item. Okay, well this one's out, because it's just worse than the one I'm wearing right now. This one's also worse. This one is the only one with potential. And this staff is out because it doesn't have potential. Alright. Which one was I wearing? Ah, yes, the int one, I think. For damage. The one with level 2 also has max ward retention, which is pretty sick. And pretty high on the ward decay. The downside is the area, but that's... Of the, yeah. Of the options, that's not too bad. What do you do with the trash legendaries? Manage them wisely. I have a very coherent plan that makes sense. So now, Crafton, I'm not going back into that stupid dungeon without already knowing what I want. Alright, 33 crit multiplier, pretty good. That's gonna be a no. Spell critical strike chance. There's some more crit multiplier. Ah. Let's work with this one. The mana is a big, strong maybe. So ideally, crit multiplier, and then either at int works. Like,
confirmed.
thank you, hello mateys.
Thanks.
Critical strike chance for the reasons I mentioned. Alright, one more chance. Alright, well, we gotta potentially brick it. Solved, actually. But we're pretty low on the potential here. I'm adding extra value to attunement here. For the staff. We're gonna do that one instead of int. It's not enough. No forging potential. Crit multiplier. It's literally lowest roll. I know I said it about the spell crit chance, but I'm gonna put this on and see. It does give me 6% on I'll take a look at the... Which idol is that? Is that one of the ones that, like, puts your runes in the right order or something? Which I'm sure has a purpose, but... What happened to my poison resist? We'll figure that out later. I have 175% fire resist, which does seem a bit high. Forging potential is kind of low on this. Necrotic resist. Void resist. Fire resist. That's a definite no. I'm gonna remove. Nope. The only one I wanted. Trash. Rejected. I think we're just gonna have... So, somewhat amusingly, at this point, I actually need more crafting relics. Because these are trash. You know what? What was that thing about re-rolling legendaries? Wait. You can't re-roll an item into an exalted item, right? And also the point is, like, having an exalted of... that specific... Ah, here we are. Rerolls the values of all. So, if I do that with crit multiplier, I think 40% crit multiplier. Now, this does cost forge potential, but, like... So, let's give it a shot. I have 227 of these, so... 38%. I like it more. If you're gonna try... Yeah, might as well. You know, you got a good point on that. I hadn't used that one yet. Level of snap freeze. And it's bricked. Well, maybe. Nope. It took the only one I wanted. Alright. Well, now it's trash. Well, that is an interesting one, though. You got a good point there. Can do the same thing over here. I was wondering, I hadn't used these yet at all. Well, it's pretty good, but there's not nearly enough potential. So, bricked. I don't think mana regen doesn't do it for me. Randomized grind crafting. It's not particularly random. Because, like, right now I have the items I want. It's how I want to improve it. So I have, like, it's not like I'm making the item I want. I'm making the addition to the item I already like. So I'm okay with, like, that being a lot more random. But just the getting of the item in the first place being RNG, I do not like that. Or like the complete stats, because there's a lot of ways to manipulate the stats themselves. Yeah, like right now I'm trying to take like a 95 and turn it into a 98 item. I guess it's more like a 90 into a 95, but... All right.
Something to ask. It would be my pleasure to satisfy.
Is there
something to ask? It would be my
a relic here? Celestial gloves. Purchasing this item will reveal its rarity. Okay, stop yelling at me. I don't know why the font is so fucked up, but I haven't done this yet. Astrology amulet. Eh. There's only like one item here. Maybe the gloves, but I just got the sickest gloves. Okay, let's try the boost. The boots. Alright. 4,200 favor. What? Attuned Celestial Boots of Frost. Wait, it's only gonna be a rare item? Oh no. It does have tier 4s across the board though. Yeah. I'm just shattering it. Well, wait, it's RNG? It could have been a legendary? If everything goes perfect here, maybe. I'm gonna re-roll. Like, if nothing costs any... No, that's horrible. Alright. Family addiction. Well, I don't want to gamble on that. I'm intentionally up here to do the opposite of gambling. Well, it's more like poker than slot machines, I guess. It is still gambling. Fair enough. Unique relic. Wait, no. I want rare relics. I don't want unique relics. Well, I do, but not as much as I want rare relics. There we are. I gotta work on that anyways. There's so many options. Nobody wants set pieces. You know, I'm getting so many relic options for uniques. I can't really control for the RNG on this much more. I'd have to do... I'm not committing to that. I really should just be taking some of these. I'm about to do this timeline, so I'm just taking that. Oh. I'm no longer favored by the Circle of Fortune, which is fair. Why was I doing Blood, Frost, and Death? No, I have to do Stolen Lance because the fucking idol. RNG. I mean, we're trying to drill down pretty specifically. And I have blessings as well for relic drops, right? Yeah. So we're just trying to get the boss done. I think... Is there a point in using the Vessel of Chaos when I don't really care? Well, the unique staff stuff, actually. Yeah. Wow, you can get up to 70 stability out here? That would really narrow down the amount needed to get the boss. Whiffed it there. Oh my. Yeah, I'm more and more coming around to like really need to be able to vacuum up shards. Otherwise, like I think it literally lags the game with so many dropping at once now. Like it's getting so out of hand. Like I notice a lag spike whenever enough are coming out. I'm mostly just going for stability here in order to get to the boss. Oh, dead end. I have dozens of these. But what's one more? Oh my god. You know, actually, I could use that as a forging base for my current staff. Instead of being like, oh, I want to use that, I could use that as a smasher. You know what? Let's forge. But I'm sold on the Aragon's Refuge. This has been the most survivability increase. Even like it's not like I'm hurting for damage. So like I keep cutting damage out of the build and not noticing. Like so. Oh wait, that's critical strike chance, not multiplier. Well, we're gonna.
It's about time.
Thank you, Savart. Stun chance. I'll leave it. We're doing chance to slow on hit, or even against bosses. Having slightly more survivability means I can actually set up combos without having to panic every split second. Well, it's not a bad slammer. I don't think there. I don't think you can stun bosses. Can you? Gonna put that over there. Unique item, idols. They die so dramatically. More idols. They should enjoy being burned alive. Their god is the god of fire. I'm just doing them a service. By fire be purged. I think this is gonna be an ambush one. So sometimes, if you're like, well, I haven't seen where the objective is, that means it's gonna be like, hey, an ambush is coming. But actually this is super weird. Because it just spawned the boss where I just was. I've never seen that. That's very odd. Even against bosses. You do enough damage when they're against the bosses? Okay. For now. No more of that. I have 6 of those. This game low skill requirement as far as hitting buttons goes. You just make it look easy. ¿Por qué no los dos? Like, much of the skill in these games is less from, like, the running around blowing things up, and it's more what gear you put together and how you set up your build running around blowing things up. Like, that's where the skill and the preparation comes from. Especially for things like the higher difficulty monoliths or maps, and then, like, arenas. Like, you do have to not, like, don't stand in the fire. Become the fire. That's different, but that's a fraction of... If your build sucks, it's not gonna matter how good you are at dodging. At the higher difficulties. Like, staying somewhat calm and focusing on things during the fight is relevant. Especially since I'm playing essentially a tempered glass cannon. I'm effectively an Archon. You can see in the bottom left. The blue is my shield. The red is my health. So... And I only really gain shield by doing damage. And using abilities at the right time, so... Wasn't even close, it's fine. What is this? Spark chance. Yeah, so that was another mage. The only way to kill a mage is with a... Yeah, the mages do a lot of damage. Those rune prisons have mages that can out DPS me. So I usually try to blow them up. Oh my god, too late. We gotta go with it. War to gain on kill. Oh, that's so good. And a chance to apply frailty. That's actually the best possible. Well, that's actually amazing for arena as well. Is War to mage specific? I don't believe so. I think it's just mages focus on it more, maybe. Okay, first thing first. Where's the ceiling? Alright, so that's sealed on. I only have 30 forge potential is the danger here. The question is how much forge potential. It's 1 to 25 to remove. How much is it to upgrade? I wasted some there. If only I could seal. Is there a way to remove a specific one? You can re-roll them, but that's kind of the point, is you can't remove specific ones. Otherwise, it would literally just be like math. So now it's very much RNG. And the Glyph of Hope, aptly named. God, like it's holding it together so well that I'm gonna be so disappointed here. It's not enough. Not enough of the stats. So the idea is to get that experimental affix, which I can seal on easily, because I have 70 of those runes. And then also have an item that's amazing, because you can't put the experimental ones. You have to get them specifically. That's an even more RNG one. So that's a little bit more out there, but alright, get rid of this shit. Alright, that's not legendary 2. Eventually we'll go through the, all that, but hasn't filled up yet, so I don't need to fix it. And this is without the loot filter. Ah, shit. Okay, well, we gotta look at that one, too. It has T7 attunement, which is amazing. This is like every stat I want. I might have to replace. Okay, so I only have 33 forge potential, though, so that's the danger here. And it would cut out... I don't need the necro resistance. I don't need resistance in general. I'm gonna try to seal... No. One glyph of hope on the mana upgrade. And then we'll try to seal it. I only have 2 glyphs of despair left. I don't know where to find them. There it is. We're back to that same scenario, but the issue is the forge potential again. But 15 attunement is a lot. Now the question is, do I have the defenses? Oh yeah. It could have been better. But... yeah, I already have armor shred and frailty on 2 different things, which is not really necessary, but I already have the resist. As long as it doesn't bring me below the cap. What's going on with that poison resist, though? I'm gonna melt. Okay, don't let your eyes glaze over here. What do we have over here? Physical resist? Poison. Okay, we can move some idols around as usually. The way to shore it up a bit. 5 health on kill. +1 vitality. Chance to poison. Chance to bleed. I think that's maxed poison resist. Almost. I don't care about bleeding, but I do care about the resist. Oh my, still really... Can I get more out of 4 small ones? Possibly. That's a bit dicey. Physical resist is very important. Every point of it. Because everything does physical damage. exactly 75. What's the difference in attunement for a Runemaster using Fireball? I don't know. Attunement gives you mana, but the reason I have so much attunement is for this item specifically. Well, for 2 items. One, it gives you mana, but that's not a big deal. This gives me 3% more damage per attunement for invocations with Ra as their second rune. So in this case, the Hydra, well, that would also be relevant for Fireball, I imagine. Both the Hydra and the Fireball have Ra as their second rune. So that means 35 attunement is 100-something% damage. And also, this item gives me current mana as board when you cast a fire spell. That's less relevant, but having more mana is helpful there. As well as, like, needing more mana for your build, but... it's not really for the mana, for sure. Any more? We need the relics. Why can't I? Oh, I have to go through this. But yeah, is there a way to get more Glyph of Despair? Even doing like this one's for glyphs, but I've noticed it doesn't drop Glyph of Despair in the rewards very often. Like, it's not a guarantee. I have way more runes of Ascendance. Keep running on the walls. This frame drop's pretty rough. Just says it's a rare drop. Well, I know that. Figured that one out. Yeah, that seems so far like the only item that you can't just slam. Like, almost everything else, you don't really get punished for using it in crafting. Like, shards, whatever. Even the Rune of Ascendancy, I have like 70 of them now. Like, but it's the Glyph of Despair for the bonus. On that. Okay, let's just go get the, I'm not sure if it shows up like in a rare item in the loot as well. There you go. It does. There's your answer. So they could be in the caches. We found one. I have too many of those. Those runes. Don't tell me it's the same thing. I already have a bunch of those too. Battle Mage's Endeavor. Maybe it's time to reset. Oh yeah, I wanted the rare relic. That's where we're headed. I go the wrong way. Oh, they're patrols. That's fine then. If I could run into more walls, that'd be sick. Yeah, great job. Mm-hmm. What? I'm not loving the frozen tunnels. I'm just gonna finish the mission just in case. Oh, it regen. Escalating large arcane idol of fire. That doesn't sound ideal. Unfortunate. Let's see. 98 health, mana regen. Not what we were looking for. Still need a slammer. Target farm from T4 Temporal Sanctums. But the ally modifier does not change upon completion. T4 Temporal Sanctums. Oh yeah, just farm that. Oh, that sounds like a nightmare. Just running into walls constantly. That stash side view? That's a good question. This button. Sneaky buttons. I will admit it took me a little while. It took me until I had 5 or 6 tabs to realize I wanted something like that and then finding it. Alright. I'm gonna re-roll everything here. I'll be right back, one moment though. There's the statisticals. For those interested, just a couple minutes. I'll get some more water. Hopefully you're enjoying. Kind of far off schedule. It's a busy week for me. Unfortunately not streaming because I have to go outside and have a bunch of stuff planned out. But don't worry. I didn't have a follow-up to that. It'll be about a week and then we'll be kind of back to hopefully normal. Be right back, one moment. How do you get a lot of gold while being in the Circle of Fortune faction? Just monoliths. Eventually just get a lot. I don't even know what you use gold for besides buying more stash tabs. Which seems like a kind of a circular logic. Maybe some runes of shattering, but like... Arbor? What is this arbor? Loot rewards and dungeons? Is that the one with gold? Dungeons are the gold sink? Is arbor less annoying to farm than the chronomancer? I just... The time switching gets so tedious and running into walls. It has a gimmick. They all seem to. I like the monoliths. Not in love with the dungeon so far. Like, I really liked the Chronomancer the first time, but every time since, I've liked it less. Like, I can literally run into chrono walls so many times before it gets to me. Minion damage. So that just re-rolled all the, it should have re-rolled all the ones. Yeah, there should be some new modifiers that I actually want to do. I see one or two, like, unique staff kind of ones. So I miss how I get to them. I mean, like, the only thing I spend it on is stash tabs, and you don't even spend gold at the observatories. Like, you spend favor. Don't know how that would be related. Do echoes have limits? Eventually you get to, I don't know, like a reset node, which you can see some of them on there right now. But I haven't pushed it all the way to, like, because, like, there seems to always be another path that goes a little bit further, so I haven't pushed it much further than this. I imagine at some point you run out of ability at least to go further from the origin point. But I have no basis for that. Oh, attunement boots. We're gonna have to be disappointed by the crafting in those. No, the real push is the corruption level. Like, every time you reset it, you up the corruption, unless you reset it really early, in which case you downgrade it in case you, like, can't do anything. So you essentially reset. It's like New Game Plus or New timeline plus, as opposed to like just constantly expanding outwards. I'm not picking up another one of those goddamn scepters. I need to calm down. I can't afford these stash tabs anymore. I also have, I'm pretty sure, like 7 of those idols, but I'm gonna go check right now and see if Unvar, because they're not different. There's nothing to roll on them, right? Like Unvar's exile. Once you have 3 runes, your runes cannot be consumed. It's always 3. Unvar's rise. Wait, what? Once you have 1 rune. Yeah, idols kind of feel like left out of the whole crafting system. So it took a lot of work. Yep. Like there's one right there. And they're all the same. There's no rolling. Like if you have 1, you can only put so many in your inventory at one time. There's no purpose in having more than like 3 or 4. Even if you did some insane build that you literally only use those for some reason. Okay. So, this one already has some of the stuff I want. What's going on with the firewall and moving through it? When I move through the firewall, it gives me it gives me mana, shield, and a speed and a damage boost to my next cast. And it does damage itself. So, it's like a super synergy gate for everything else. Alright. Looks like a... How many glyphs of despair? 3. I just got 1 to drop. What do we have over here? Not having that cooldown recovery would hurt. Also, the crit avoidance is nice, but... We're gonna re-roll this first. The brick ability factor is high here. Armor and reduce bonus damage from crits. Okay. Deal. Upgrade movement speed. And lock... Wait, no. We're not locking that one in. That one just all the way. We're gonna try to seal armor and reduce bonus damage from crits. I still have Glyph of Despair. Try to lock it. Sealed. That gives me cooldown. I used all but 1 Glyph of Despair, depressingly. I do wish we didn't see the whole text of everything each time. Perfect. I mean, could have sealed it on tier 5 is the only thing I could have done more, but... Not gonna get much better than that. Like, that's about as good. You know, I guess the missing piece was not having fire resist as the implicit. Like, any other one would have been better. Any other set of boots, but... Like... eh. We could try, like, without any more Glyphs of Despair, though. There's no more. Is it gonna hurt? Yeah, I got the worst cooldown recovery. 56% crit avoidance is a lot, but the attunement and just general move speed. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not completely sold on it yet. This goes into my pit of things I may have regretted. Which is the maybe gear. Which is like maybe, maybe not. Kind of. Wait. I was smashing the staff. Let's see. Cast speed, no. Freeze rate. Damage over time. Honestly, critical strike multiplier. Or mana. Not chance, multiplier. Still holding. Maybe have something to smash for the relic? Nope. We're gonna do the boss one more time, and then I'm gonna do that dungeon. How much corruption increase? 30, 20. I feel like... What is that gonna be? Plus 12, plus 30. Is it always the same amount? Or is it random? I mean, the further out you go, the more corruption is created by those echoes. Can we get to 200? 30, 50, we need, what? 69 for 200? That's not quite enough. We need one more. I guess we're doing this one because... Well, or I could push it out a little further, but I think 200 is a solid goal. Increase the gaze. Is that a multiplier then? Not a just additive? Because the way it read was like 10 plus 20 plus 20 kind of. But I'm not known for my literacy. Boardman's plank. It's just a plank. So you just smack them with the technically a scepter. Does that have fun melee classes as well? Yeah, there are inferior classes.
Yes. Take care.
Also, mage has the spellblade class, but I'm pretty sure that's widely... Yeah, because it says plus 20 from Gaze of Orbis, which... It's unclear whether... And we're gonna go a little further and we'll do it one more time. Honest. What was that? That big loot. Honestly, the game kind of feels like what Bar, with an actual studio and full release, like it's what Bar is to like those sort of Total Annihilation style RTS, where it's made by people who really like these kind of games, and they've developed on the systems that are actually like good for players as opposed to like a good idea. Like the crafting system being actually intuitive, which is the first time that's ever been true in one of these games, I think, ever. At least from what I've played. Like the talent trees being based around like not punished for either making, like you get to change up your class if you like. I even like the monolith system. I've seen like kind of a back and forth, but the monolith system where it's kind of like choose your own adventure as opposed... Well, I got the loot, so... Good thing it's not hardcore. That would have been disappointing. I wasn't paying attention. Still dangerous. But yeah, even like while the monolith system makes me sound like I'm speaking. Okay, well, actually say I will explain to the best of my understanding the monolith system in front of me here. We're gonna put 2 minutes on the wait, I'm gonna put a short in the time it takes to get through the Helldivers theme music for inspiration. I will explain the Endgame monolith system to my understanding as someone who's played for like since release, and that's it. Alright, welcome to the last Epoch Endgame monoliths. Much like the map system in other sort of games, you finish the campaign, spoilers, and you're at the end of time, but it's time to get started with the Endgame. Yes! You start through multiple timelines, which are like alternate universes for shit that happened in the campaign if you were paying any attention. On the timeline on the right, you fight like versions of the bosses. On the left, you fight kind of like alternate bosses. The ones on the right give you blessings of power when you beat those bosses. The general objective is to finish the last 3 timelines, which give you an empowered monolith, which is essentially like heroic mode, so you can do it all again over and over and over. But wait, there's more. So, in order to do the specific timelines, you get to the web, which starts out from this pylon and branches out. You go to certain maps, which there's like a couple dozen maps between arenas, like longer. You kind of get used to it. They have different, what's really cool is they have different times of day as well. So you can be on the same map twice and it won't even look the same, which is nice for variety's sake. But when you do a map, you get a certain bonus. You get like a little loot crate there. And you always get a loot crate when you complete a map. But that just has random loot and gold. Another one has specific loot and gold. Different timelines have different likelihood of certain items. But they all have, especially at the start, you got like XP, you got shards, all that boring shit. But as you progress further, it gets more difficult. Who would have thought? And now we're in the empowered monolith mode. To start, you have to get stability. Each map you do stabilizes the timeline. So that way you know what the fuck is going on. It doesn't really matter. It's this bar at the top. Once you get to a certain amount of stability, you can fight the boss. In the empowered monoliths, you skip all the other story stuff and you can fight the boss. When you fight the boss in this version, it doesn't reset. That's unrelated. But instead, you get a Gaze of Oribus. I don't know who the fuck Oribus is, but we're just gonna replace Oribus with Time Lord. Alright, the Time Lord sees you. He's like, what's up with that shit? And what happens, as you get further out, you find these. The Echo Web reset button. Essentially, you press the reset button. And that, when you defeat the Shade of the Time Lord, it resets everything to the start, but ups the corruption level, which increases loot rarity, monster damage, etc., etc. And that number just keeps going up. So every time you get further, you can reset the corruption, get more loot, kill more monsters, reset the etc, etc. And you can do this not just on this, but all the other timelines as well, all of which have specific loot and the blessings you get after you kill the boss. And the blessings are a pretty important part of your character as well, because, for example, they can give you up to
Your dedication will be rewarded.
like 40% armor, 90% fire damage, and a whole bunch of resistance. Like, there's a whole bunch of different systems on top of it. But the summary is, go further, kill more corruption, harder, same thing again. It looks complex, but it's relatively simple, and you can kind of just blast through. Technically, you can do all of this without killing the boss even once. You don't even have to do the boss. You could just keep resetting it, I guess. The bosses usually have some specific loot. All right. It's dense, but not too convoluted. Like, once you get the hang of it, it's not too convoluted. So, the summary is more corruption, more loot. Bosses have specific loot. There are blessings from different bosses, like, and different timelines have different gear. So you've got it all spread out there. And then you have the dungeons, and then you have the and then you have the arena, which is my go-to as the just yeah. I like the arena. And then you have stash tabs, which you get gouged for. Can we fight the boss yet? How many more? Boss time. Defeat the God Hunter, and he's gonna drop my idol, and we're gonna be done with him. Wow, I am not nailing it. Come on, simmer down. Dude, those turrets. I don't like it. For some reason, his health bar doesn't show up, so you just gotta assume he's at 100% the whole time. Keeping the relic. Wings of Argenta? I haven't seen that one. For a melee fire attack person. Interesting. I've seen this set item like 74 times. Did not get the idol, unfortunately. We're gonna reset the web now. Let's see, what's the most? 14 plus 32 plus 27. Just don't get hit by the fucking meteor. Alright? Otherwise, it resets your gaze of the Time Lord. Fun fact. Or not so fun fact. That's all I need to do is not get hit by the stupid meteor. That's the only ability that matters. He didn't even cast the meteor. Is there a way to lower corruption? If you find one of those, there's always one of those nodes close to the center, and if you fight, it will lower it. Like, there's like a threshold where if you fight this node, it will lower the corruption. It's the coward's node. Let's look at that ring again. No. Doom. I don't know what Doom is. What are we at? 200 corruption. Oh, it's this one. Right here. There's one right next to the pylon. So you can restart, you're like, oh, I fucked up. Like... I didn't get my idol. Now the baseline is, what is it? 174% increased health and damage on enemies. The Lightless Arbor. Never even been there. Forgot what this screen looked like. That should be the right way. Why save the keys instead of doing the dungeons? Because usually you get 3 to 5 keys per dungeon. And I'm a hoarder. They do say at some point they want keys to just be like crafting materials and just stack in a tab, but it's not there at the moment. What do we have here? There's always someone standing. Okay, there's a portal. What does the key look like? I can start at 2. I think you have to get through more. So wait, maybe I should talk to him. That's unrelated. Where am I going? No translation in abilities. Enemies outside the Amber. I thought we might have some sort of light-related thing. I think you're supposed to put it down to fight. Prophecy fulfilled. It's supposed to be lightless, but like besides me bringing the light in, obviously. Actually, not that fast. Search for the last Titan. Well, at least it doesn't have nearly as painful of a layout. As I say, doors show up. I'm gonna assume those locked doors are something I can ignore. Oh wait. So it was just straight shot through here. Interesting. So on higher difficulties, it might be relevant to drop it down instead of take the hits, but I'm not one for taking hits. There's a conspicuous door. You know, I have more fire than this. Never mind. Don't worry about it. What? What was the point of that? Just to, like, do the gimmick? Like, there wasn't even any enemies. I guess it connected to the other part of the dungeon there. Where do I get to gamble my gold away? I was promised gambling. Was that speech bubble the actual right place?
I'm not sure.
What?
Maybe we could tell.
Prophecy fulfilled. What? Oh my god. Like 20 idols drop. Unfortunately, none of them are any good. Loop filter working. All right. Titan's Rest. That seems relevant.
Human, we are nearly there. I was grown by it. In her absence, I will protect humans.
I'll protect humans.
Only by guiding them.
Okay. Oh no. I'm missing a mechanic. There we go. I think we're supposed to bring the fire next to it. because apparently I can't figure it out for myself. We ain't there yet. Alright. My fire isn't good enough. You keep casting for ward. Is he getting damaged? Yeah. I'm so slow, but I can cleanse it with my thingy. Give me my fire shard back. Is he dead? Oh. Oh, we gotta fight the heart. Oh shit, the heart fights back. I thought that was a joke. Okay. Where's my gambling? There's a stash here.
We've done it! Oh yeah, with it you are not you. There is no need to thank me. You're the one who saved all those humans.
Which way do I go?
In the world. But that is okay.
What's behind door number 1?
Well,
Deer will offer a series of rewards. It's a chest. Wait, how many offers? That drops an exalted helmet, body armor, exalted gloves. Yeah. Okay, that's fine by me. Decline. Accept. But this a lot of money. No. So that's the place you throw all your gold into? That looked pretty good. Getting the glyphs of despair is nice. Well, fine, but good for glyphs. I mean, not great, but like, if I'm desperate, I guess. The dungeons are just... I don't know, I'm not in love with it. Do I have this? I'll get the waypoint. What? How did I go the wrong way? What? What am I missing? It looks like there should be a bridge or something there. Maybe there is? Maybe it's another one of those quick on somethings. I find the most complicated zone. Yeah, look, I had to go all the way around. I'm not going through the time rift. What? Okay, you know what? No. We gotta go through the stolen... Oh, wait, what is my favorite? Eh. I have 2 points for the... No, we're at 200 corruption. Alright, north or south? Or speed? No, I have too many of these. It's S for speed. Deal. And then I'll just try to get as far out as possible and while still picking up the good loot. Wow, the FPS is the Runemaster is melting everything, including GPU. I might restart the game. I don't know if that's gonna help, to be honest. I guess it can't hurt too much. Did I just dash through that fence? Well, it certainly can't hurt too much. I'm limited right now by my ability to reliably move forward without everything melting. Trying to even... I already have a bunch of those. A driver update? Is that a thing, or are you just saying like generic, hey, try plugging it in again, check your drivers, saying my god. Jeez. I really do think it has something to do with the amount of loot dropping. Like, the physical amount seems to lag it. But as much as I like it. I've seen the ping go from like 30 to 150 on a pretty regular basis. I'm back to the stupidest looking helmet. Very cool. We're going back. Setting shaders to potato. Honestly, all right. I can't play this game in full screen. That's not happening. Like, even though there's not much alt tabbing, there's more than enough. I'm almost about to get. That's pretty close on the rep. I don't know what the total amount is, but I'm gonna look for. I was looking through those talents for points to potentially reallocate. Like, reducing my crit chance and multiplier would be painful, but getting 10% ward retention would certainly be nice. More crit multiplier per ward. Ward gain versus branded bosses. Cooldown recovery is kind of non-negotiable. Ward per rune on area skill use. Arcane momentum spell damage. This is required to have 5 points. There's not that. There were like 5 or 6 more points. I could get so much. It would be a matter of dropping crit chance.
Hello, traveler.
How much would it cost me? I want to test it out. See if there's noticeably less blast potential. So wait. Let's first. Critical strike chance is 20% overall. Multiplier is 230.
Hello, traveler.
Costs 400 gold. That's nothing. I'm taking 6 points out. Wait, no. 5 points for now. Drops me 1% in 15. That doesn't seem... That doesn't seem like much. Like... That's just like a mediocre stat pad there. I'm dropping it entirely. Increased fire damage. Like, that could definitely balance it out. This requires 3 points. You gain ward when you... Wait, what? How many more points do I need here? You need 25 in base passives. This requires 5. Really? Am I gonna drop Arcanist? Oh, that's I need... Yeah, that's required. And that's where I'm getting that extra fire resist from, by the way. Rune of Winter. You gain ward when you use a lightning or a fire skill. So this is Increase ward gained of reactive ward and sun and storms. Oh, that's not important.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Wonder Rock Professor.
Just as I deserve.
This is just flat, like... I guess if you got all this, that'd be 1 second cooldown, and then up to... You know, let's try it. And then I just need to level. And then I can put... Actually, I have to respec still.
Hello, traveler.
The question is how much this will reduce my blast potential. More damage to bosses and rares. Or to gain on crit. Like, I'm looking for the breakpoints here. I don't know why we have 3 points in that. The cast speed is important. There's 8 points for ward per second there, but that ain't happening. Multiplicative with other modifiers. That sounds like a lot. I mean, I still have 3 levels left. That can be where it is.
Do not dwell.
98, 99, 100. Oh yeah, well then let's just respec the damage
Hello,
and fill in the
traveler.
damage, because that way we can tell the effects. Oh wait, this isn't the respec tree. Alright. We'll see if it's noticeably less blast potential. But the idea here is I can't get killed. And if my damage is 10% less and things are already dying in seconds, like single digit, then we raise the shields. I'm taking the XP tomes, which are actually quite significant. Even at this level, they'll still give, like, each one's, like, I don't know if it's quite 5%, but you can get up to, like, 8 of them. Seems to be kind of random, whether it's like 3 to 8 that drop, but... So my ward retention is at 382%. Oh god. The flame blast bugging out on this. Now we see, has this significantly reduced my blast potential? I don't think so. How many items? Oh my god. Okay. Ideally, I'd be going for the... Let's see. Oh, there you go. How do you show the items overriding? Just hold X. It's a hold on it. So the idea is every second I should be getting 35 more ward. And like this is not useless. It also gives 35 plus 45%. Wait. That's not everything. It's specifically, yeah, but I mean I'm casting fire spells every second, so it's effectively a ward per second buff. Oh yeah, and lightning as well, like now that I think about it. So I didn't even realize, like I was just thinking about fire. Okay. So the reason these are all being saved is for a slammer on ideally a better chess piece, but let's see. Stats. +1 charge for flame ward is definitely something I would consider. Health, no. Vitality, no. Frostwall duration, we're not putting that on the chess piece. Like, the idea is, eventually I get one that I can slam onto the fundamental criterion. Flame Rush, maybe. Armor, probably not. Cold with Frostbite, no. Arcane Ascendance, I don't even know what that is. Sounds cool, though. Melee Elemental, no, definitely bonus to crit. More crit. Ward per second. Fire Penetration. You definitely want that one. Freeze Rate, no. I'm only taking the Exalted, so the idea is to have the best possible version of it. Elemental Resist, Flame Reef, I have no idea what that is. Like, I can still shatter these and get the shards for it, but... Mana, maybe. Mana and health. Double Exalted. Alright. Sorted. Can still chat, only it fixes a restart. Have you tried disabling chat? I was too busy looting. XP? Sure, why not? Where's the mage? Oh my god. Almost died. I'm gonna keep going a little for the mage. No. You can use the build command for the build I'm working off of. We're gonna go for that beacon. Oh no. No, I get ambushed already? I never saw him coming. Don't need to though. So the blast potential does seem reduced, but also remember I pretty much doubled the HP of the enemies with corruption. So it's a bit more difficult to gauge. We're rich. We're even more rich. God. Go to the beacon. That frost wall was cast on the top of the pillar. I just ran through. So I have potion convert to ward, which is why spamming potions is still okay. But I mean, ideally I don't, you know, down all of them. There's so many blockers here. I keep interrupting myself. It's not a kill enemies, it's a just stay in the circle, technically, but... I mean, ideally you kill them. Looking for the mage, but I'm not gonna go too far. The amount of times I'm getting hit with things that would have stunned. So zoomed out. Yeah, isn't it amazing? That's part of why I think I've stuck with it. On top of the like inventory system, is like because I can see. Though the FPS issues are also apparent, so there's that. So like. What? Burned him. I didn't get the chest. No artillery strike on my loot, please. Yeah, it's registering as too much of a terrain change when I boost down like that. Fuck. Is the key full? Is that my last? That's my last. Okay, I have a few more slots. It's a bit ridiculous now. All these lenses. I think I could probably put a couple more lenses in, but... These gloves are worth a real... Actually, those gloves are worth a big look. Those are the cooldown recovery gloves. Okay, first. How is this ring? Potentially. How's my resist? Everything but poison. Okay. So. Ideally, attune. Like, cast speed is good. Dropping 15 attunement is almost untenable, though. So we're gonna try to seal cast speed. Fuck. My glyph. Yeah. I can't bring myself to throw them away. Put them back in the chest and pretend that didn't happen. Out of the tunnels. Gotta be very careful where I dash to, because otherwise I'll just hit a wall. Quite literally. I mean, it was optimistic. It's gonna be hard. The problem is if it's rolled too high, you have kind of like... I mean, I guess you could use remove, but... If it's rolled too high, you actually don't have many opportunities to adjust it. Because it's already so good at, like... the basic stats. Like once it gets to tier 5, you can't reroll anymore. I got greedy. But yay, Glyph of Despair. I love despair. Nope. Nope. Another unique. At this point, I kind of want exalted more than unique most of the time, but it depends. But not that much. Like, unless the unique's gonna be legendary potential too. Not a big fan of these tunnel maps. They have a lot of glitchy issues. What do we got there? Woo! Oh, I'm just trying to loot, bro. Painful. Never seen that one, at least. Rush. I've definitely seen this. Whatever that bear set is. I went down this road for the uniques. But we need to make it further from the monolith. It's another beacon. What are we at? At this point, I'm only going back to the observatory like 20k favor. I'm getting pretty specific on what I'm looking for. Once I slam, it's almost full on arena time though. I need to slam the relic and the staff. Maybe we can just tie some stuff into killing her. Keep overshooting it. Might need to just respec the flame burst a little. I can probably drop a point in channeling. And also probably should put my last 2 points in. Yeah. War to gain, mana cost. No, I need 4 out of 4. I keep changing gear and it keeps messing with the, because we're already way over the top on the talents here, so. There's also the direct cast of Invoke, which is an extra blink, but reduces or increases the cooldown. I'll try it. Let's give it a shot. 5-second cooldown isn't too bad. I don't know if that's... Any tips on how to get it? So, prophecies are good. Also, the cooldown is only for direct cast. I can still I can still cast. Okay, so we're good then. Oh, that's sick. You know what? So, the, believe it's, the Blood, Frost, and, Blade, or whatever. One of those, like, you know what I mean. This timeline, Blood, Frost, and Death, has unique armors scattered throughout it. And you can get the prophecies for it, but you can focus on just trying to get to as many of the unique armor nodes. But it's not common. I've gotten like 20 of one rogue armor and only like 3 of this one, so. I don't think using the things that turn it into uniques works very well, if at all, for some of the more rare ones. And also, 12 times is probably not even close. Like, this isn't Path of Exile. All fucking day and nothing. Well. How it goes. The idea is, even when you're looking for one thing, you tie it into another. Like right now, this is the timeline that has the main boss has an idol I want, the Throne of Ambition. The unique item is staves, which, like, mine is pretty good, but I could always use a better one. And I'm picking up prophecies for chest pieces and other gear I need. So instead of just looking for one item, I'm looking for 3 to 4. Effectively. I think if you get too bogged down, like laser focused. But if you do a build that revolves entirely around having one item, well then, you might not get it. Alright, let's fight Big Boss. It's just how it goes. I gotta keep working in the invoke. Keep forgetting to do it. What is the triple? Yeah, ball lightning. Which isn't terrible. It's definitely like. And then that's plasma arc. Which? Did it not cast? Maybe it needs a target. So now we go to the observatory and see if there are any prophecies that have to do with killing either this boss specifically or a boss in general. All right. You can see the monolith prophecies with so many set relics with the little pyramid icon as monoliths. But that doesn't mean death of giant scorpion. Fine, I'll take it. They'll show up every now and again. Death of this exact dude. How convenient. I'm taking both flavors of relics because I both want the box of Hydra as well as death of boss. Prophecies like side quests. Prophecies are, yeah, effectively side quests for the Circle of Fortune faction. Which, the other faction is the Merchants Guild, which has trading. So it has like the kind of auction house style. So this is more designed for self-found, or if you don't want to do trading, obviously. But you can essentially, well, stick with me. Because right now, I think I have not one, not two, but it's going to be 1, 2, I don't know if that will count. I don't know if that relic will count. 2, 3, that should tie in. So when I kill the boss, you should see the effect of those prophecies being completed. Why you only use the one page and not the others? Because I'm specifically, well, at this point I was just looking for the relics. Sometimes I look for the others, but I found stuff I wanted. So, like I said, I'm not laser focused on one thing in particular. I've got a few things. I think that's the key. Otherwise, you can get frustrated very easily. Alright. Big boss. Let me take it back. The cooldown starts when I use my other one as well. So that ability may not be helpful. Because yeah, it's starting the cooldown. Which means if I keep flame bursting on cooldown, I'm never going to be able to use the actual blink ability. I'm choking.
I will burn brighter than Raya himself. What are you to a god? You are nothing. This lance will make me a god. The lance's power is exhilarating. You're just a human. We're supposed to be unstoppable.
Relic drop rate, gloves, quiver, helmet. We keep what we have. Get a rogue relic, soulfire. More. There's another level 3 potential of an item that I have 25 of, so that's great. Feels like you can't die. That's kind of the point. I assure you, that is not the case, though. Just more generally. That boss doesn't hit particularly hard. But I'll be doing arena soon. Where they just keep hitting hard. That looked like a new one. Oh my god, okay. Actually, I think that staff said something about fire. Just look at it after. Looting, trying to read mid monolith has gotten me killed more than any particular enemy. So many drops. More prophecies, I guess, is why. First, we can sort the items that I can't use. Like rogue items and ones I don't want. Oh no, those are the same gloves. And then sort the exalted relics. Helmet. Are those also relics? Yeah. Another relic. I don't think you can slam a set relic. But... Alright, and now we see if there's anything Frailty on hit is definitely a possibility. That would free it up on other ones as well. Int with frailty as an option. Alright. Health. Spell crit chance. Eh. But it has an open option. Change for time, no. Spell crit chance, fire damage. No spell crit? Or I mean, critical strike. Okay, well. See what we can make out of this. Cast speed, the crit chance, and the resists. The ideal here, I guess resist is fine, but cast speed and frailty would be great. So, I have one with 2 legendary potential, which means I can get 2 modifiers from an item, an exalted item. So the idea is to have 4 great modifiers, so even if you don't get the 2 you want the most... Well, there's int. I desperately need not fire resist. That would be the most useless. I can use Glyph of Removal and Pray, but that's a 1 in 4 chance. Alright. Caught the frailty. It's bricked. I'm using to reroll the modifiers. I'm using basic literacy. And also the Glyph of Chaos, which randomly changes the upgraded affix to a different one that can spawn on that item type. So, there's a limit to it, which is usually the forging potential, but the idea is you can get some extra chances. Fire resist, please not fire. I'll take the lightning, fine. I'll take the lightning resist. That's something. Damage over time. Cast speed. Now we go back to the Glyph of Hope. And we see what we can get. I don't love it. Not good enough. So I'm just going to activate... this is already going to make it complicated, but let's see. Spell critical strike chance. If I just... That would give me like 4%. So I gotta be... Every time you do that, you have to reallocate the skills, annoyingly. But... Fire damage is fine. Fire resist is not fine. If there's any defensive stat I don't need, it's fire resist. Poison. You know what? That can stay. Poison resist is okay. I don't have poison resist. Poison resist can stay. Elemental resist. Fine. Fire damage. T5. 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 Alright. We got a slammer. That's a relic, right? Not a catalyst. So, it's time. It's slamming time. Back to the sanctum. Now the question is, do I bother with any sort of...
All this takes a lot of getting used to. And you do get used to it.
You know what?
After a while.
I'm gonna
There's
go for
three
the
things
T4.
I'll always miss, though. One, not having to watch my step all the time.
I don't think I beat T4, but I have the full defense build.
And three, I miss the
I just hope if I die, it doesn't disconnect me from the server again. Which was highly amusing, but also very annoying.
Upon my research,
But try and imagine what they sounded
they
like.
cannot reach me.
Play into it. Unwinding at the soul. Hard days.
Relatively painless. I almost died waiting for the load screen though.
How is this possible? Only I should be able to command time here.
He's the chosen one.
Fools.
That's a lot of glyphs. I was not expecting that to just happen. Scared me.
Ah, it all makes sense now. The Epoch has finally come
Oh
to me.
no. LE67. The dungeon door is already in use. Let's hope we don't get too many matchmaking errors in the dungeon door. Shit, have I reallocated my... Why did I lose fire award points? What did I unequip? Concerning maybe the staff? We're gonna get the copied scrolls. Yeah, there are a bunch of items with plus levels, which is why it's a little annoying to like compare stuff. Okay.
I will have it.
Yeah, well, God. No amount of lore is saving me from that. That's my experience. Like, not only do you die, but they kick you off the server. It's enough. It's a very specific bug that has only happened when I've died fighting that boss. It was such a smooth run, too. Like, I got straight to the boss and, like, the quickest I've ever gotten there. And then... At least I got a bunch of those glyphs. Much easier than beating her. Level 1 is technically all you need because the box is only a level 35 item. Is it a bug? I don't know. This is the only dungeon I've actually died on, so... I would assume it's not intentional to kick you off the server because you died to a dungeon boss, though. I'm gonna go ahead and give him the benefit of the doubt on that. I think I'm getting better at recognizing where not to go. And this was clearly the wrong path. Oh, what the hell? Actual items? Odd one. What is up with this? Getting so much loot. Oh, because I reached the next rank of the circle. Which has a chance for rares to get upgraded to exalted. Is rank 8. So I think we're seeing a lot more of that happening. Yeah. Items that would drop as rare have a 25% chance of becoming exalted. There's a lot of... I'm gonna have to refine the loot filter again. Because we don't want these substandard... At some point it's only gonna be double exalted, so that counts. Alright, tier 7 double only. What is this? There's a legendary on the ground. That I already have 50 of.
Finally, I will have its power.
Is this the way? I hope so. Looks good. That's a different doorway. Not this one. Like there was a chance for that to be the door, I think, is how it works.
Fools.
Lot of fools. I can't believe there's not more than one, like, battle cry line. It's literally just fools. Maybe that's my entire vocabulary. amount of times that he just says fools like 6 times in a row, though, is a bit high. Alright, well, this time should be a little easier. A little. I'm gonna have to reorganize the helmets again soon. That's actually a pretty good looking one. So we've already got it set. Alright, I came in ready. The 1,000-year forge. So no matter what, I'd be a little disappointed if it was double resist, but that would still be okay because I could move resist off of other things, but it's not ideal. Now that I say it, it's 2 legendary potentials. Alright. And now we go back to the future. Fire damage and poison resist. I'm okay with that. Solid. So that fills in the poison resist, and of course having fire damage is great. So that frees up more points for everything. So now we're way ridiculously overcapped on fire resist. Lightning resist is also too high. Necrotic is over the top. This font of the erased. Might need to reconsider that. The amulet. Honestly, just the baseline. So, this staff having 75% fire resist. Honestly, the boots. I can't forge anymore while I'm down here, unfortunately, but... Double... Yeah, I'm leaving. It's depressing to do anything else while I'm sitting in here. Get through one real quick and then get back to the island. It should allow you to just go back to the island. Maybe you can if you click on the pylon. I'm not actually sure. I haven't tried. Oh, I still got a point for the runes. What am I running into? Bring me back to current mana gained is ward when you stop moving. 2-second cooldown. And then resist for all the goodies. How is this already filled up again? How does this happen? Why is there a relic in here? Even poison resistance is kept. I mean, we'll try forging the ring. The one ring. There's a lot of, like, the critical strike avoidance is what I'm looking at there. We're just, that's not much potential. Growing attack speed? I don't think so. Alright, well. Minion dodge rating. Never know when you're gonna need it. It's bricked. It was already very brick-like, to be fair. Alright, so now time to sort through my jewelry drawer. There's just so much resist on this one item. I'm killing the siege on for the prophecy and it isn't going down. It doesn't go down, it goes up. And it depends on how many you need to do. Like, usually it's like kill 6 of them. Which is rarely done at one time. Let's see if there's anything with attunement, but... Well... Wait, no, these are... Well, that's not very fair. That's +1 to all attributes. There's a lot of forge potential. Alright. The physical resist. Like the crit chance. I don't really want crit chance. Is that 7 or 6? It's very high 6. How would this improve on this? Which is 69% necrotic resistance. You're not going to get much better than that. So we'd have to be comparing it with this one. I need to switch these out, because if I'm going to switch any, it's going to be this. Well, how many glyphs of despair do I have? No, we're gonna go upgrade, and then I'll use 1. I want it to be maxed. It didn't seal it. What am I gonna do with you now? I mean, I guess I could remove... We just go for RNGesus. Well, I wanted the attunement. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Okay, what are these? Opal rings? Opal. Yeah, those are the ones. Let's see if there are any workable ones. There's a limit. A rich player's gonna... Yeah, it adds like an extra dimension. Though I'd like to be able to sort by what has forging potential, but like, the idea is there. Stun avoidance. I don't know how much that amounts to. Mana regen is not helpful. Necrotic resist is irrelevant. Okay. What's the second? I'm looking at the implicits. Like the blighted silver. Oh, the silver rings have move speed, which apparently I only have one of those. Move speed's pretty cool. What is my baseline mana? I can't drop too much off of anything. Like, I'm trying to manage having too much resist. The idea is you pull some off of resist, and ideally then that gets into a damage stat. But practically, it's a little more difficult. We could probably... Yeah, the bone amulet... I don't need to use a bone amulet. I don't need those resists. Do all amulets... So, very conveniently, there isn't like a split. It's either... They're all called amulets. There's no necklaces, there's no like chokers or whatever. So you just search amulet, you get amulet. Alright, pretty simple. Okay, so... Cast speed is 1. Vitality and health regen. Oh, that's a ring. There's just flat health. Honestly, probably brass amulets then. Well, I have 3. So many choices. They all have the same stat. Alright. Exciting. Like, I'm not tied to the implicits on it either. So, whatever. Like, so many items with nothing to... Cooldown reduction. That's what I'm searching for. Plated belt of lucidity. This would take a lot for me not... I'm just gonna go for it. We'll see what I can build out of it. Critical strike avoidance and cooldown recovery I'd like. But we're gonna see increased chance to find potions. Like, we're back to physical damage. Son of a bitch. Well, that leaves us with this. And if I had any... Ward and ailment cleansing on potion use. Very nice one. If we can get enough of the... all these goodies. And potion health. Word gained on potion use. Now we just need to get lucky like 7 times in a row. No. Don't even tempt me. Just get it out of my face. I gotta remember, like, a lot of these don't have all the slots filled. It's actually better for crafting to not have all the slots filled, because then you can just pick. Alright. Minion health. Lightning bricked. Buy me more runes. I'm making mistakes with the crafting system.
Take care.
How do we got? Cooldown recovery speed. Very unlikely to work. Elemental, this has a slot. Ward gained on potion use alongside movement speed. There's a dream there. This one, why does it have so little forge potential? 11? Why is it so low? Maybe I messed with it before. It's unlikely any of these are going to be better. But there's a... because 39% of mana spent gained as ward is going to be almost impossible to... just generally beat. Ward decay threshold. Potion health converted to ward. 23 ward gained on potion use per 10 int. So, that's pretty decent. Alright. Throw them in. First, ideally... so the big stat that I don't have here is cooldown recovery. So if I could just get some of that. Armor and reduced bonus damage. Potion health converted to ward. Do I risk bricking it with the mana regen? Or option 2 is try to seal it. Freeze rate multiplier. Freezing concoction on potion use. What does that mean? What is freezing concoction? I don't know. It's not a shatter, but I'm really struggling to find the mana spent as ward. Well, we're gonna start over here. Crit avoidance, we'll take it. Endurance, no thank you. Dodge, no thank you. Poison. No. And we're back to this. Cooldown. So this one's pretty locked in. Well, first. I'm pretty sure you can only find mana spent gained as ward. Specifically on a certain type of item. Well, that's convenient. That's best case scenario. What am I missing on it? Oh, a little light on the forge potential. Crit avoidance, maybe. Yeah, I'll go with that. That's a strong maybe. I feel like with critical strike avoidance, you either need it to be like 100 or you're still just putting it in RNGesus's hands. This one's pretty, I guess fire damage is okay to leave.
Resubscription confirmed.
Thank you.
Automatically relaying.
Potion health award. And then crit avoidance. And now hope. Now we hope. Not as good. The other ones aren't worth the effort. There's only one I'd consider. So we lose 41 armor, 44% of armor, which seems like a lot. Mana spent gained as ward. It's kind of a let's give it a shot and see how it goes, I think, because the cooldown reduction is so much of it. This one wasn't bricked to be much better. Yet here we are. Alright, this goes back in the... Maybe we return that gear situation.
A new subscriber has been acquired.
Thank you very much, Rico. Gifting to the people. Mm-hmm. No, we're doing the channeling rune. Yeah. We'll see. So this, I think, significantly reduces my blast potential even more. But... okay, it may get to the point where we do actually need to tilt back into... I've been toning back the damage in favor of survivability for a while now. Thank you, Senti. I just don't do it. Every time. This map has some issues with the terrain clipping. Firefall DPS? Well, especially with mages, the DPS counter is not very helpful. Because my DPS is incredibly heavily dependent on half a dozen other buffs that happen mid-fight. Both in and out of my control. And also partially because of what my target is or isn't. Oh, I forgot. There's still one thing. Oh no, not the uniques. Which is the staff. We measure in blast potential. Like, am I going slower because I don't have enough damage? Or am I going slower because I have to care about dying? And right now, for a while it's been, I go slower because I have to care at least a little about dying.
Take care.
As opposed to the actual damage. Oh yeah, the staff. So, I need to slam something. I don't need to slam something, but it'd be nice to slam something. Alright, this one has solid options. The mana, maybe. This one just, like, the world is your oyster, though. Probably not enough potential. Maybe damage. Chance to slow. Say fire damage, shock, and chill. Elemental, unlikely, but ignite maybe. Spell damage, as well as mana and mana regen. Slow. Unfortunately, the double exalt is like the worst stuff. Actually, have a lot of good ones. Yeah. Huh. Okay. So, the idea is I have a single legendary potential on this staff. So I can get one of the modifiers from one of these. Like, can't always get the ones you want. So, spell crit chance, not horrible, not ideal. We have chance to ignite. I'd also love either chance to chill or chance. I think chance to slow is the go-to. Almost perfect. All right, good. Looks like it's raining outside, so we'll see. Thunderstruck. Chance to chill, good. I'm not gonna waste potential on a reroll. Doesn't this consume some resources? Yeah, the shards that drop literally everywhere. So much so I've stopped picking them up. Unfortunate. That one's bricked. Ran out of potential. Never reached my true potential. I'm actually just gonna look through all of the prefixes real quick. Yeah, just basic damage. Those are your options. Across the board. I don't know if spell damage is like less than specific damage, but it doesn't seem to be significantly less, so I don't know. So, adding this... Oh wait, no, slow, not chill. So that way, if I get one of those crits, then maybe it can come through. Bricked. Didn't make it. That's the risk with something. That's so much damage. But we're gonna risk it. Nice. 1 and 3. Looking good. Alright, we got one. We got a slammer. So no matter what I add to it, it's gonna be a good stat. Slammer complete. This is another slammer. Wait. Oh, I vetoed that because it was crit chance and not critical strike multiplier. We gotta go back to the to the past. Did you slam? I slammed the relic. I gotta slam the staff now. One at a time. Time after time. Wait, what is the staff? 70. So what is my minimum tier? Because I got absolutely brutalized on tier 4. Tell me I can do 3. Okay. Still difficult. But... well, really not difficult, obviously, until the boss, but she melted me.
Come to gnaw at the edges of my sanctum.
I mean, eventually we get the job done, but... No, put that staff back on. Oh shit. I think that every time I pulled it out to show, and it removed the points from flame. Or, god damn it. At least the modifiers are not ridiculous. All right, put the points back in. Yeah, word per second and duration.
What's this?
Oh, whoa.
How are
What's
they
this?
Manipulating time.
Oh. As the prophecy foretold. Despair!
Carry the Epoch then. Fool like you has no use for it.
Oh no, backtrack time. Look at this fucking... more glyphs of despair. We're getting close, you can see the doors. Max out of mana. Ooh. What? Alright. My graphics are medium. You don't have I do FPS drop, but I've been around medium mostly. I don't know, what are we on right now? Low, actually. She die? Yeah. In the other timeline? Mm-hmm. She keeps dropping that same ring. Maybe eventually we'll forge it. Oh my god. Okay. Stop. No touching. Nope. 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 Stop. If it didn't have that 12-second cooldown on the item, I think it'd be worth it, to be honest. But the 12-second cooldown kind of keeps it from being the most incredible. Alright, where's my goodies? It's slamming time. And now back to the future. Chance to ignite on hit. Fine. Not great, not terrible. Wasn't the best one, but the entire point was that there is no bad options. Duration and ward over time. It's time. You know what it is time for? The arena. I've heavily modified the mage filter to the point of almost unrecognizability from the build guide, because it was not complete in many ways. You can probably refine it more past it, but my resists are capped. Some are way over capped, but better than under capped. What do we need? We're not worrying about the broken ass warlocks. $300 is top of the line. Are there any sorcerers on the board? One spellblade. 151 get you on the board. But I don't have cap crit avoidance, so I'm not optimistic. Feels like at some point I'm just gonna get hit. Make that point. The very start. As soon as the flame ward triggers, instant like 2,000 shield. So what? Since when does that happen? Get this shit out of my face. I find it too risky to go for shrines most of the time because I've died multiple times going for a shrine and then they just spawn and hit you that exact moment. I think on some of the other arenas you can get away with it, but be careful not to hit a wall or a rock. The deadliest enemy. Ah! Hello? My God. Hurry up, you guys. Take your sweet time, old lady. I got all day. They're moving so slow. I keep dashing away. I'm not sure why we're going with the break the barrels mechanic as this part, but whatever. Are those flame rats? Oh, those are some of the skellies that have outright killed me before. An entire volley of that. It's too much. Fucking archers. tripping on every little tiny rock. What? At least the center seems to work. Or I'm trapped in. Mana regen is not particularly quick. Most of my mana regen is based on the rune bolt regen. Where you just blast them a few times and restore most of it. And going through the walls, but that barely returns enough to put together the price of the wall. It's the mines. I can't tell where they are. I didn't realize they were happening. Oh no, a dark one. Which means it's hard to see, like, quite literally where they are sometimes, depending on the enemy. That hail. Well, don't worry. If the stream dies, it's because there's a frost mage in the sky. Half-inch hail. Well, nothing to do about that. Not going outside. I will continue to not go outside. Those berserkers are very tough. They could easily kill me if I get caught without a flame ward. Back to magma. Oh wait, different magma. The damage is starting to stack up, isn't it? The reflective shrine, quite helpful it seems. When they're doing that much. What? Oh, I'm out of mana. At least it wasn't something important I needed to deal with. Oh no!
Fools.
I don't know, Kev. Missing too many and then not being able to recharge and being out of mana. Ooh. Need to pick up all the health potions that I can carry. I'm gonna need them. Beetles? I don't even know if those work in here. Oh, 160 waves completed, they said. You're done, they said. So that was a fucking lie. Oh, come on. I got the staff. Let's go. I don't know if it's gonna keep spawning them. And the only reason I stayed to find out was for that staff. Which is hopefully the best staff in the game. Totally worth it. Yeah, they're starting to get real tanky. I'm starting to feel the exact opposite. The amount of things that are triggering my flame. You know, I'm not convinced the ice beetles are even working. Still have 2 shrines, but oh my god. Crit shrine, huge. This thing is so tanky. Jesus. Where did we get to? It did feel like a bit of lacking damage and damage mitigation there by the end. You're now looking at the rank 27 mage. Alright. If you get to 200, you're top 10. Really was scaling up. Looking at this build. So, Lightning Blast. As well as Flame Dash. Frostwall. Those look like the top ones are all lightning related. There's a pretty significant gap between these and the next guy who's... This is pretty much my exact build, or at least my spell layout. So interesting. But unfortunately, not a lot of loot in the Alright, let's do a bit more monolith and then call it a night. +3 to runic invocation. Yeah. The staff might be, well, it's so good, but at the same time, it takes away from a lot of potential damage. Oh my god. Fucking. Oh my god. So this is without the loot filter. Sweet Jesus. Never seen those. Might as well. Attunement boots. Actually, wait a second. Worth a look. To the forge. There's a lot of re-rolling to be done. It's perfect. Armor reduced bonus damage from crits. Yeah, sure. I'm almost tempted to leave. Armor. Alright. Let's lock it in. Oh no. Missing out on movement speed. I used 2 glyphs on that. How the turntable turns. Yeah, not as good. The ward decay threshold. If I was able to get one more, if I was able to get the seal there, then it becomes amazing. But the game good? I like it. I probably like it too much. Not good. Back to the arenas for a bit. But it's a very good number go up simulator. Because you do have a... In all the important places, you have a decent amount of control over how the number go up. Better than Diablo 4, about the same. Oh, better. Okay. Not another arena. I just got out of the arena. I will say with the higher corruption levels though, it certainly is. They do feel more dangerous. Like we're up to 200% more damage, so. Why are these all XP shrines? Unfortunately, they don't stack. It just refreshes the duration. Nice beetle. Honestly, really running into mana issues in the arenas at least. Not nearly as much of an issue when you're just bursting through entire maps. Acolyte. Another... You know what? I threw it on the ground. I have like 6 of those. If I'm recognizing the name of stuff as something I've been frustrated that I didn't get before. Nope, nope, get it. Out of my face. I don't know what the beacon's gonna tell us. Plus 10 stability. It's nothing. It's for casuals. We're gonna sidestep. Is that one you're making? You can use the build command for the baseline, though I've at this point pretty significantly. I mean, the gear and like the general trajectory are the same. I've changed a lot of the details now, but mostly for survivability. Like, especially because I'm aiming for arena. Honestly, I don't think for monoliths you need that much. You just need to like not be dumb for the most part. But the arena is like, there's no avoiding it. It's just more and more and more damage. So that's why I'm leaning into the like shield stuff. Oh my god, no matter where I go, I'm boxed out of the timeline. They're all... Not another arena! It's like you will reset the timeline, bro. Don't burn. Oh no, the loot is gonna be on the fire pit. I don't know if the fire pit activates unless it's the actual arena. Wait, can I loot it from the other side? Be careful. Nope. I just want to loot, bro. Most dangerous proposition. Alright, it's fine. It's not on fire. Want to kill us or staff? When do I do the swap? I swapped to the staff a lot earlier than I was supposed to, I think, because I didn't read. I didn't really have any issues, but... Like, honestly... I would just go with whatever you have the best... Like, if you got the chest piece, you can just use the staff. I would say that's easier. But until you get the chest piece, give it the raid. You're using the unique staff. So this is one I picked. Because the intent is to survive with Flame Ward. It's almost entirely defensive. I didn't know this unique existed. I only saw it recently. But you can definitely get away with doing just a damage one. How hard is Hydra? I definitely choke sometimes. It's not... the Runemaster has the most spells of any class in the game by like not a small margin. As well. So, of them, I mean, it's pretty straightforward generally, I think. But it's glass cannon. So was empty slot next to your chest piece? I'm using a two-handed staff. If you use a one-hander like a wand and an offhand, that's where it would go. Oh god. This map, my flame rush doesn't work right. And it really hurts. What disappointing set piece drop now? A shield. Nope. Honestly, I don't think I've seen any set stuff that is really worth. Somebody said something about eventually they're gonna give you the ability to upgrade it, which I think makes sense, because a lot of the set stuff is like level 50. So, not exactly like super endgame. You can't really craft on it, so there's that as well. This hardcore, soft. Immutable order. Is that a talent or something? This crab champion music I hear. Do I not look like a crab champion to you? It guarantees one. Yeah, but it has a cooldown. And you have to set up your spell bar in a certain way. As it stands now, I can get up to 3 casts out before the first one ends. Technically, like up to 6 because that one's a double. You just have to not choke. So like, I say that like I don't ever choke, but I definitely do. But I considered it, but the cooldown is kind of a non-starter. I already have like 6 of those. Character maxed out. I'm level 98 out of 100. Wait, am I not? Did I not win? What? What's happening? Oh. Oh. Those were just spawns. I just assumed that was a boss. The progression now is mostly getting gear upgrades, of which, well, some of them can be very significant. Like you can add like the legendary potential items. But I'd say, and there's some idols in there, I'd say in terms of gear and just talents and stuff, it's like 90% of the way to where it could be. But that last 10% is not a linear 10% more damage or effectiveness. It could be maybe not double, but you can definitely tell when you get you're able to add on the right set of stats. Like right now I have all my resistances capped, like way too capped. I have like, let's just say you have 1,000 points, which is not the right number, but you have 1,000 points to allocate to your gear. And you gotta put like 300 to resistance. I currently have like 400 in resistance because I want to make sure I have it, and I haven't been able to find gear that replaces it yet. So there's stuff like that going on at the moment as well. Like, you don't want to have more than 1 point over if you can help it. Alright, exactly that 75% cap. Why are there so many of these? Why are there so many of these? Oh my god, fucking lasers. I'm not picking up any more keys. I have too many keys. I have an entire stash tab of keys. That's too many keys. Need a keychain. No, I'm done with this staff. It disappoints me every time. I have like 6 of it. 2 legendary potential I'll pick up. I don't wake up in the morning for less than 2. 1 more and I'll be able to do another boss kill as well. The 100 points you're busting could go on damage. Yeah, that's the idea. Like, for example, like, I have 153 lightning resist, which is twice as much as I need. This item has 24% lightning resist. It also fills other purposes that I really need. And I don't have an item that would be better than it without the lightning resist. But ideally I'd have that item, but instead of lightning resist, I'd have like cooldown reduction or something. Part of the reason my fire resist is overcapped is because this staff has 75 fire resist on it, which is just far too many, but I really like the defense on it, but I don't know, I'm torn on whether it's better or not. But yeah, that's a lot of points that could be going into other things. So the more accurate thing is affixes. Like, your basic top tier crafting stuff has 20. 5 tier 5s. Or 4 tier 5s. But with Exalted, you can get up to like 30 something. Because you can seal one of them. There's a bunch of crafting stuff. Summary is, it's not just, a lot of it is about levels and points, but there's a lot of little details, and like the interactions with the uniques. Like how my chest piece gives me a direct damage bonus based on the fact I have attunement points, which usually wouldn't be going for attunement at nearly as much. But because the chest piece gives like a flat 3% more damage per attunement to my main spell, it's worth it. So, you move those points around, stuff like that. There's also the rolls for each item, but I think that's minimal compared to most things. Like, a tier 1 could either be 10% or to 16% damage, and it could be anywhere in that range. But that's not the kind of stuff I would worry about min-maxing too much myself. Like, obviously I'd take the 16, but if it's within the tier, I'm not going to get too picky about it. Like, that stuff, I think the people who will grind same thing 500 times until you get the exact highest level. But as long as it's within a certain range. Is there... Wow, good thing I did the beacon, so that way... Anyways, big boss. Still can't see his health bar. I don't know why he doesn't have one, but I clearly do damage to him, so.
was supposed to be unstoppable.
52, 56. There's also, of course, these, but what's the highest body armor? That's a terrible one. I would switch to that, I think, if I found one. If I found one closer to 50, but how many hours? It's like 60 at the moment. That's pretty high. I don't know. Do I have the relic? I think so. 25% is terrible. Or 23. It's literally about as low as it could be. Oh yeah, there's blessing rolls as well. These ones aren't that important compared to the actual power increases, but... Wow, they're so bad. They're such low... I'm gonna take the body armor though. I have enough relics. I just did my relic. Low, but still an increase. Good placebo effect. What is this? Not for me. That's enough of this one though. Go for the chess pieces. Wait, the reason I was farming that boss was because there's an idol that you can get from him, but this one's at 193 corruption. But I give up. Maybe we'll go around again at some point, but... Yeah, I really wish that these would show on the minimap. Like, legendary items will show up, and for some reason keys as well. But items that, like, or at least an option to check in the filter to, like, show on minimap. So that, because half the time, like, I just blast past. And my turret gets the kill. When you smash an item, we'll pick the T6, or is it all RNG? From my understanding, it's all RNG. Yay, Glyph of Despair. Much better than Glyph of Hope. Is that a... There's no roll on that one. There's another one of those, like, I don't know why I have 10 of them. Because you have 3 and now you've covered it, like. Like, you literally can't equip more. I think idols haven't been as, like, haven't gotten the intuitive quality of life pass that most of the rest of the game has. Gotta stick around a moment just in case it takes a while for the loot to actually pop up. Those frame drops go. On the big open maps, it seems to happen a lot more often. It's a big spider. I think it is just the sheer amount. Unfortunate, because my build is much better on big open maps. There's a chess piece over there. Arena. They slow me down. You can only kill them so fast. Oh, you have to go through the pit. Yeah, you can only get the waves to spawn so fast. That's the issue. What's the cooldown on my flame rush now? Oh, I have the water shrine. There's like 50% cooldown reduction, so it's 1.3 seconds, which is pretty quick. Water shrine is the crit shrine, then water shrine, then haste are the best, and then there's the other random ones like the fucking beetles. I'm a big fan of the bees as well, just because they're bees. Defiance, I haven't seen that one yet. Alright. Are you over level? Or you could die? The level is 100 of empowered monoliths. You can't be over leveled. And I can definitely die. I'm incredibly capable of it. If I stop casting for even a second or two, my shield depletes and I can't restore it. All of my ward is based on me constantly fighting, so I can have effectively like 4,000 HP, but only if I'm actively fighting productively. So if I run out of mana, or I get stunned, or I don't hit the rotation. This is more apparent in Arena, which scales up on each stage, as we saw. And I specifically have built for survivability. Mostly for Arena. Like, that's why I have that Flame Ward staff, as opposed to one with more damage. What do you get for doing Arena? Well, it is like a repeatable dungeon, the basic tiers. And the Endless Arena is to show up how big your E-Peen is. And get more waves. And technically there's some loot, but like not regular, like it's just like random loot drops. So. But yeah, in Arena, it feels like it's not necessarily every wave, but instead every stage. Oh, this is not ideal. I'm gonna restart the game after this one. Because, yeah, so you see what happens when I can't cast for 2 seconds because my GPU seems to be melting. No, it looks like it's a memory leak issue. Now, it might just be anecdotal, but I guess I need to make another class. Because I've had multiple people say it's just for Runemaster. It'd be kind of hilarious if it was literally I was breaking the game with my build. Like, not in a fun way, but... So, instead of anything I wanted, I got 2 Primalist body armors, and that's cool, I guess. Of the exact same damn thing. I think I actually have the thing that can potentially mirror it, is the problem. Try that for arena. Well, at this point, so apparently Warlock is broken because they're immortal. Because they can get nearly infinite, what is it, shield? So right now, yeah. Right now, I'm only judging myself compared to other mages, which I think is fair. As opposed to looking at the Warlock. Like, there's a Warlock who has done 800 waves. Like, the next highest is like a Falconer at 400. Which is obviously skewed. And then the highest a mage has gone is like 300. I think at some point it gets impossible to not get one shot. Like, you have to be able to kill them as they spawn without them ever attacking. I noticed the top ones they're all Runemasters. But they're using a like lightning orb build, which I'm not sure how that works. But I probably have every unique you can get for mage. So, if I want to go that direction, I probably can do the build. Or were we? What was the correct path? There's a unique this way. Either way's out too. Noticeably better. For now. Which... I do wonder then. Is it just like a restart the game once an hour kind of deal? Like... That's kind of unfortunate. Oh, it's not that hard. It's so dark, I can't see. So, the spires launch artillery strikes on this, like, side objective. Which I don't think they'll one-shot me anymore. But they used to. Several times before I realized what the objective was. What was going on there. And it still happens occasionally, but I don't think I usually die from it. It depends a bit on the enemy strength, but... Very easy to avoid, but not when you're sitting there reading loot on the ground. Is the main issue. So that's why we don't read in the monoliths. Alright, that's just a rule. Or ever. But mostly in the monolith. If I run into another, it's literally so dark, I just keep running into walls. I always want to play without the overlay map, but as soon as I do, I end up taking the wrong path. Which I mean, oh my god, what do I do with that 15 seconds that shaved off my life? I think the overlay map is like a classic part. I'm always surprised at how few options you have to customize it. Yes, I know you can zoom in. What I want is just a macro minimap. That's what I want. Like, I want a minimap that you can zoom out more and make like twice as large. I know you can move the overlay map, but I want it to take up the same amount of space on each map I go into. And that's the issue with the overlay map, is it could be all over your face. I like looking at the pretty colors, and that gets in the way. Look at all these pretty colors. New efficiency loop. Alright, you go back and forth because it takes too long for both of these things to do their animations. This map looks really cool, but then you realize it takes forever to get anything done.
All this takes a lot.
That's exactly, yeah. I don't think a lot of people are clamoring for like a revolution on that. It's specifically for me, like even in StarCraft 2. People don't use the minimap as it is, and it's one of the probably the best well done one in any game. Well, that's not true actually, but oh my god, what the fuck is going on here? What is happening? I want to loot. I also want, like, hold down loot. Well, maybe not that, but hold down loot and it'll automatically suck up everything nearby. Like, hold shift and it'll loot everything that isn't filtered. Alright, wish list. Having to click the individual little names of loot has always felt very dumb. Like, I want to loot this and not die. Get good, nerd. Okay. That looks exciting. It's the same gloves I have 17 of. It looked exciting because it didn't have a name. Well, I would have just said gloves. But Water Shrine, or bestest. when we're getting disappointed by today. That same prime. I just got as many of these body armors as I got the one item I wanted. Ever. Good times. Oh, RNGesus. How you frown upon me. I mean, since it's a pretty specific, I'm pretty sure general items, like the ones that just give like stats and bonuses, are usually less rare than like ones that buff certain spells by their nature, but another one. 2 armors in a row. I can't wait to get more Primalist gear. How exciting. Oh my god. Fastest spiders. Ah, so those are the immortal eyes. I'm just now realizing. Yeah, they're kind of random when they show up. It feels like. Feeling a little bit less blast potential lately as we get further out and the health goes up. It's starting to become noticeable that not everything that isn't a rare, yeah, not all of it is getting one shot. All right. Yep. 3 legendary potential. 3 and 2. If only it was for anything I wanted. That'd be cool. I guess proving it can be done though. I don't even wake up in the morning for less than 2 legendary potential. Oh, wait, regen. I'm just trying to click. Oh my. Nope, I don't have enough keys. I literally can't deal with them. There are too many kits. Now I got another 2. I've dropped, what, 20? It's gonna be like 20 armor. In a single set. I'll see if we can find one. Improving how much you can get. You can definitely target farm items, but... Are there like 4 spires? This is painful. I'm skipping this one because it's risky. I guess I could come back around. Oh my god! A slight incline, my greatest enemy. Like I can tell from the number of plasma orbs how accurate rune combos are. That usually happens when I run into a wall before I finish the combo. Which is a lot of the time, especially in those tight spaces. Because it triggers it 1 flame early. I like the big open maps, but those are the ones that kill FPS the most. The fireballs as well. The fireballs look way cooler though, so they get a pass. The plasma orbs do fine, but they're not nearly the DPS of the turret right now. But they're not, like, it's not the end of the world. Unless it is, and I desperately needed the DPS, but... But for the most part... Like, it's still a high damage AoE spell. I know there are builds that revolve around the plasma.
New subscriber detected.
Yeah.
Laugh.
Eternally blue. I just don't do it. We got one. And it has no legendary potential, and it's a worse roll, because of course it is. I guess it's a little more mana spent as word, but the damage reduction... It doesn't have any more runic... I threw it on the ground. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. What have I done? Oh no, I picked up the item I gotta replace. I had 4 points. Where's my... The channeling. Gotta be careful not to pick up. Nope. Oh, we have the stability for the boss. Do I go and I try to... I have 22,000 fortune. Alright. There's no reason not to do the boss, as it doesn't reset until you do the, like, resonant ones.
Have you unveiled an intriguing prophecy?
No. It's sad, actually, how few prophecies I've unveiled. I was looking for boots. Now we look into the thingy and find chess pieces, hopefully. Sure. Temporal Sanctum, which is the one, like, you gotta do eventually, but... Death of Siege Golem, fine. Any rare enemy? Isn't that the one I'm doing right now? Yeah, wait. What is this? Convenient. More. Don't worry, we'll get it. I'm not trusting the Weaver on this one. No offense. I don't think you can get uniques with Weaver's Will. It's like a different sort of item. Big boss. Easy enough. Specific item from him. Weaver's Will. Oh, another belt. Maybe this one will be the one. I've never seen this one. I don't know what that is. Death rattle. Another belt that I can be disappointed by. How exciting. Always fun. Two-handed staff drop rate. One-handed sword. Well, those are useless. So, slightly higher two-handed. Sure. Echoes and player modifier stack between rounds. It depends. The ones further out stack longer. Like they last more rounds. But we gotta see if it's gonna brick it or not. I do love the cooldown. Like, if I go to this one, those modifiers will last for 2. This one out here, 2. Eventually get up to 3. On some of them. I think it depends somewhat on the corruption. Like this one's 3. Like the beacon. So you gotta factor that in with the boss as well. Like, you may have just picked up some devastating modifiers right before you went to the boss, which is not always a great idea. I wasn't particularly worried, but I think, especially with hardcore. Do you read? Only if I die that I look at them, I'm like, If I was on hardcore, I might, but this isn't Path of Exile where I'm like, oh, is there a modifier that will insta-kill me? Like, for example, on my character, like, if they had Reflect, I would kill myself instantly. So you'd have to read each one to see. But it's mostly just, like, they do more damage and have more health in various ways. Like this one is, they shred armor and mark for death as well as having more health. Which, like, that's all fancy ways to say they hit harder. I'm not allowed to die now. All my body armor's on the ground. I think I got one. I forgot that this is how you get the Void Horrors. As the prophecy foretold. Yeah, this is the most reliable objective for it. Because as you charge the beacon, they're attracted to it. Legacy of the Void Horrors. Let's see, did we get bricked? Lightning damage. Kinda trash. Nope. Did not get a single one I wanted. You know what? I already have like 4 of these. I'm throwing them on the ground. Legendary potential. Disappointed! I can't afford the stash tabs. Bro, alright. I can't afford the stash tabs to be continually throwing the gear into it. Wait, what? Did I just get another? I got another one of these fucking belts. Oh my. I'm like staring at it, I'm like, Put this back in my maybe gear. I guess we're going this way, yeah. This is online. We haven't really had any server issues for a couple days now. Oh my god, I almost died. I guess lightning damage isn't the most useless stat for me because of the rune bolt, but it's definitely not the best.
Fools. Fools.
Not another one. Don't tell me that's another one. It's another one. And I have, okay, well, gotta level up my belts now. At least see. Don't accidentally. Alright. It's probably not going to be lightning damage. I mean, it doesn't roll it each time. So it rolls an affix, and then it levels it up to 7 times. It could randomly re-roll a new one, but it's not going, like, it's going to be lightning damage now. Like, it doesn't have to bring it up to 7. But there will be lightning damage. As the Weaver willed. Wouldn't that be horrible if it just like randomly switched it between? You'd have to check each one. Yeah, that would be terrible actually. Every single time it happened, you'd have to check, be like, whoa, 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 wait. But you wouldn't be able to stop it either, necessarily. Because like when you use it, it levels up. Wait, there you go. There's a new affix. Oh god. And it's potion slot, health gained on potion use. That's not great because... Yeah, well, you know what? I'm gonna trade it out. This one has 19 Weaver's Will. I'm out of slots. One of those is a relic masquerading. Have you ever played Bastion? I have. Pretty great game. Better soundtrack. Where am I going? going straight through. Another Primalist relic. That's only my 4th or 5th of that one.
I dig my hole, you build a wall.
Are you focusing on the monolith that you're farming that increase its corruption? I'm trying to get as far out as possible, and this is the one that drops chest pieces, which is what I'm looking for. So there's a lot of the chest piece rewards. So it's a little bit of everything. Generally, increasing the corruption is the main goal, though. I got one with legendary. I think I got multiple. Which is good that I did that because I fucking died immediately. Because I was busy looting. I got 3 of them. Which is an exciting day. +3. Well, that's an incredible roll. There you go. We're happy. Finally, the right ones drop 3 at a time. Took a while. That one's not happening. Where are their gloves? Those are gloves. Did I not get anything on that? Whatever. So now, did I ever... So the ideal would be fire penetration. Spell crit's also up there. Armor and reduced damage would also be fine. Honestly, I wouldn't mind the Flame Ward one. Tier 7. It doesn't say what the other tier is. Let's see if we can make the rest of it decent. That's on the board. Oh yeah. We're just gonna... Okay, well, I need to figure out which ones I'm not using. That one's out. The rest have legendary potential, so... Not gonna be the Aegis. I'm gonna think about the Flame Ward. Fire Aura when hit. This one's nice as well. Spell crit. Ward per second, maybe. Flat armor. Wait, no. More spell crit. Fire Aura. Spell Crit Volume 3. And mana. Okay. So we want one of these with 4 modifiers that I won't complain about. Let's see. So this one will be the easiest because it only has... It has... What am I saying? Use your big words. No prefix. We'll get there. Alright, I'm just looking here. Oh my god. Armor and reduced bonus damage on crit. That would be what we're looking for, ideally. Or ward per second would be good. Armor's fine. Resistance is just okay. And dodge rating is right out. Spell pen with fire. Well, jam that on. And then use the glyph of... I don't like how sticky that is. Certainly a statement. So that way, if that happens, well, then it goes to something useful. What do we get? Health? No thanks. Fuck. Huh. Armor. Alright. Well, we have to bring it to RNGesus. Bricked. These are all great. The elemental resist. I'm gonna go... Yeah, T7 and T5 already. First, forge potential over here. Fire invocations. And now, don't screw me again, dodge rating. Armor. Okay. And now we go to the Glyph of Hope. And we hope we can make it. Alright, we got a slammer. So, what tier are we at? 70% reduced. I don't know. It doesn't say how much the range of the fire penetration is. Because I'm tempted to re-roll all of them. The mana's about halfway there. Feeling lucky. Well, got more armor and reduced crit. Fire pen wasn't as good. I think that's a little better. There's a slammer. Now this is going to be... There's a lot of RNG on this one because they all need to be rerolled. But... if somehow... Nope. Trash. It's bricked. Just shatter it. This has 46 forge potential. I'll keep ignite and word per second. Damage reflected. Definitely not, but level of meteor. Alright, well, remove. Thank you. Still a dream. But I'm not optimistic about the potential here. I'm just gonna grab the shards. Throw it on the ground, stripped of value. As one does. Oh wait, we gotta re-roll this one first. God. Really wish it wouldn't have that prompt come up every time. RNGesus. But well, there's still potential. I'm not optimistic though. Yeah. $70 ward gained when you cast Flame Ward. That's only a tier 6 version, right? +1 charge. I do love that one. Let's try the mana one first. 56 forge potential, but that... Chance to cast Fire Aura on crit. You know, there's a... So close, but yet so far. Stripped. This doesn't have much potential. That's exactly what I want. Oh no. I didn't want to critically succeed with that one. Stop! Stop it! No! Can you get Exalted Experimental? You can. Alright, well... Word per second, I'll take it. It's not a hard no. No, wait, no, look at the levels. I'm just gonna remove to get all the shards back. Oh wait, there's no potential. Well, out of all those fancy chess pieces, here we are. Let's see if I can lower my standards and try again. 15 in, is that 6 or 7? 6. I like tier 7 mana. I don't like the health. Only 32 forging potential. We'll keep that on the back burner there. Increased armor, maybe. Some double exalted. Honestly, I should just shatter the plus health if I'm not going to use them. There's no point in being in there because I'm gonna do that every time. Oh, first. Alright. Fire penetration. How do you like Runemaster? I like the colors and the explosions. And I'm not a big fan of melee classes in these kind of games. Armor, we'll keep it. Health regen. Stop showing me the glyph thing. So close yet so far. Bricked. Increased armor. Level of Arcanus mana. Fine. I don't even know what Flame Reeve is. Eh. Just getting the shards back. Oh, that's trash. Throw it on the ground. You know, better. Zero potential. That's the limiting factor. More RNG. Higher level stuff has more potential on average, is part of why it's considered higher level. At least, I believe that's the case. I could just be making shit up. Like... Fire Aura, no. Arcane Ascendance, no. Flame Rush? I'll allow it. No, no! Bricked at the last moment. So close. Excuse me. Well, and it's gone. One more. Oh, we gotta lead with the removal. Nope. Well.
Yes.
At least we're cleaning things out. We're just gonna shatter all these, like, health boost ones. As they aren't happening. And by all, I mean, I guess there were only 3. Alright, we're reaching deeper into the chest here. The chest of chests. Word per second. At Elemental resist ain't happening. The rest are build dependent. Yeah. We've only got one more that even has potential. Fricked. I do this because I have more of the elites, but here we are. Let's see, which one is the best one of these? +3, 21, 62. +3, 28, 63, 102. Okay, so that's just worse. Worse. This one has the most damage on the bonus, but it only has +2 to the stats. So we're gonna throw this on. We're gonna put that in there. And for the last activity, we go run the stupid chronomancer thingy one more time. And then get disappointed by RNGs. Even if you brick it. Yeah, like, it feels like you have a purpose and you can... I mean, you're not going to get anything perfect, but I can... It doesn't hurt you for trying. Like, you don't have to sit there. Any of those could have been good if I was willing to risk it. Like, I could still go RNG on the other side and take something that has 3 out of 4 that are pretty good and hope that 1 out of 4 comes through. I don't have to, but I can if I want. Like, you can decide where, if there's any RNG. Okay, what level is the item? 54. We're doing the absolute minimum effort possible to just blast through.
Intruders? A waste of time.
What's the difference between the tiers? It's not about the rewards here, but you need a certain level done in order to forge a certain level of unique. It doesn't matter what you're forging it with, all that matters is what level the unique is. So this one is up to 65. And apparently the unique is only like level 54 or so. Higher tiers give better drop rate for the bosses. Yeah, but I don't care about the boss. The boss is just standing in the way of the forge.
What's this? How are they manipulating time?
Convenient. Manipulated time right out of that. I don't think it's gonna be this way, but... I've been able to glitch through some of the gates with Flame Rush, thus speeding things, but also many of them are blocked off because there is no door over there.
have its power.
Oh, shit. Centipede came over and slapped me. She's dropped that ring every single time. All right. Disappointment time. Oh yeah, I gotta take my shirt off. And leave it in here for 1,000 years. Beating the fire pen is a solid one. Second best. Also best DPS. Alright. Alright, the last thing. The arena. The only way to truly test it. And triggering people. Does it pull a random one? Yes, that's why I was putting so much effort into crafting one with all 4. So that way, no matter what it pulls. Just one run. Has Hydra been still good after a nerf? I've played it since release. I don't know when they nerfed it. Oh, I forgot I had that on. Please be good. Minion health regen. Literally useless. Not a good sign when I take health damage. My health is the last layer of defense and should never be touched. poison. Mana, please. Oh wait, why am I doing that? That's 120. But build guide, it's not far enough off the max for one I think it matters much. It's mostly just a lot heavier into flame ward to avoid getting one shot. Right into it. That so far has been... It wasn't a one-shot. Honestly, what's killed me the most is not the big enemies, but instead, like, 10 or 12 of the ranged enemies spawning and just hitting me before I can dodge or, like, prepare. Because they can't miss from that range.
Hell, it's about time.
But we're working on it. It's a process. A process that will continue soon. So one of these days, it's going to be time to stop. But thank you, XXHXX, for being our last subscriber, give or take, of the day. I hope you guys enjoyed. I don't know when I'll be back. Pretty much until next week, it's going to be all over the place. So hopefully it still made your day a little bit better. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. Otherwise, make sure to check out the YouTubes. I'll see you next time. I'll see you soon. I'll see you when I see you. Good luck, have fun. Stay chill.